at the National Stadium. The INSPORTS Devon Biscuits Primary Schools Athletic Series, Pride, Passion, Determination, Success. Sponsored by. The INSPORTS Devon Biscuits Primary Schools Athletic Series is back and hotter than ever. May 4 to 6, Stadium East comes to life as Eastern teams battle for supremacy. May 8 to 10, Central teams take center stage at GC Foster College. May 11 to 13, we go west at Stets. And then the grand final, May 25 to 27, the National Junior Athletics Championships at the National Stadium. The INSPORTS Devon Biscuits
testing 1 2 3 testing 1 2 3 testing 1 2 3
sponsored by. The INSPORTS Devon Biscuits Primary Schools Athletic Series is back and hotter than ever. May 4 to 6, Stadium East comes to life as Eastern teams battle for supremacy. May 8 to 10, Central teams take center stage at GC Foster College. May 11 to 13, we go west at Stets. And then the grand final, May 25 to 27, the National Junior Athletics Championships at the National Stadium. The INSPORTS Devon Biscuits Primary Schools Athletic Series, Pride, Passion, Determination, Success. Sponsored by.
Welcome to the opening day of the INSPORTS Devon Biscuits National Primary School Track and Field Championships. I'm Sean Grant and happy to be here on this glorious Thursday morning at the National Stadium on the grounds of Independence Park Limited for day one action. You look on the track, the first event on the track is a 4x200 meters. This is the preliminary round though, and you have 4 heats, and certainly from this heat will advance through to the final. All today will be preliminaries. On the track you have 26 events, and in the field there are 4 events. So 26 to 4, 30 events all together on this opening day. Started from the eastern end, Stadium East, and then journeyed to Central, and then to the western end of the island of the grounds of St. Elizabeth Technical High. So in lane 1, Mountain Side had a qualifying time, 1 minute 58.60. Flankers there in 2, 2:08.36 seconds. New Providence there in 3, 1:51.90. Spanish Town in 4, the favorites, 1:44.80. John Mills there in lane 5, 1:51.30, their qualifying time to the Nationals. And License in 6, 1:34.20. You have Halfway Tree in 7, 1:57.80 seconds. And St. Richards, they're in lane 8, 1:54.40. Athletes have been on the track for some time and absorbing the heat, though I don't see the starter on the rostrum. Hopefully they can sort out what issues they're having. But it's not great for the athlete to be standing in the hot sun for the start of the event. So the next event on track after the 4x2, we've said before, we have 4 heats, and I'll tell you how they actually got those 4 heats all together. But after the 4x2, we'll have the 60 meters class 4 for boys and girls, and the 100 meters for boys and girls class 3, and then class 2 and class 1. That comes up till about 12:30 or so, and then they have the 400 meters class 1, boys and girls. They're ready to rock and roll. Mountainside 1, Flankers 2, New Providence 3, Spanish Town in 4, John Mills in 5, License 6, Halfway Tree 7, and St. Richards in lane 8. Record here is 1:48.08 seconds, set by Nagahead. That was done back last year. And it's a clean start for the first of 4 heats in the boys 4x200 meters. And we said before, though, that you have to look in lane 4, Spanish Town. They had an outstanding time of 1:44.80. They are the new record holders of this event. And they're cruising around Spanish Town. They're in the blue, but it's 4x2 for the first exchange. Therefore, they've gained somewhat on John Mills on the outside. Spanish Town with not necessarily a brilliant pass, but they're now making up the ground, coming around the bend. They're in lane 4, as pointed out. In lane 8, looks to be St. Richards. Richard with a slight advantage, but based on the stagger, it's all about Spanish Town. They're in total command on this second leg of the first of 4 heats, the boys 4x2. So Spanish Town made the change in the top position, the penultimate exchange. On the outside, St. Richards, they're in second. On the inside of St. Richards, looks like John Mills and License License, they are in third. On the inside of License is John Mills. But going back to the top of the pack, it's a team called Spanish Town. They are way out in front for the final exchange of this boys 4x2. License, they're settled into second. John Mills, they're in third. But it's all Spanish Town for this final exchange. Look at this young, diminutive individual running the ankle leg for Spanish Town. He looks in total control, this 4x2. He now turns into the home stretch with about a 30-meter lead. Oh, the pack is coming, but I don't think Spanish Town will be caught this afternoon. They're in the front of the grandstand. Still Spanish Town maintaining about a 30-meter lead. New Providence trying to go in second, but it will be Spanish Town. New Providence is second. And 2:22.13, that is the time. I don't know if that is the correct time, but Spanish Town taking the first heat of 4. The boys open 4x2. What happened though in terms of the regionals? All of the finalists in the regionals automatically gained a spot at the nationals. So if you made a final in whatsoever event at your regional, Eastern, Central, and Western, you automatically gain a spot in the nationals. And then the other 8 is made up by the other fastest times. So finalists in the regionals and the other 8, the other fastest times. So that's the first heat, won by the favorite Spanish Town. Having a little problem with the clock. I think that will be sorted out very soon as we're getting ready for heat number 2. Swallowfield, they are in lane 1, had a time of 1:58.90 coming in. Black River, they are in lane 2, 2 minutes 01.60. St. Catherine in 3, 1:51.90 seconds. Nagahead, they're in 4, 1:50.00. Windward Road, they're in 5, 1:51.20 seconds. In 6, you have Carnaldi, 1:54.10. In 7, St. Patrick's, 1:57.70. And Holy Rosary, they are in lane 8, 1:55.70. That's heat number 2. The fastest 8 advances through to the final. So it's like a semi-final, though, although you have 4 heats. And that's looking through. So missing in action, Swallowfield and Black River. So it's a field of 6. St. Catherine in the light blue in 3. Nagahead, favorites to take this heat in 4. On the outside of Nagahead, Windward Road. Many time champions back in the 80s. Windward Road. Carnaldi, they are in 6. St. Patrick's in 7. And the Holy Rosary in lane 8. This is the second heat. The boys 4x2 open relay. The girls are next. You'd normally see the girls before the boys, but that's not the case today. Starter not yet on his rostrum. Seems like he's making his way into the rostrum, so the race will start in a very short while. So Nagahead, labeled as a favorite. It has been a classical All-Island Championships, and I call it the All-Island Championship. This is Nationals, yes. But lead up to the Nationals with the Eastern license took center stage. I think the issue is the clock, though, to be honest. So they're calling in the athletes out of the sun. I think the issue is the clock. It has to be sorted out in terms of times, because times will put you through to the final. Well, there are hand time officials at the finish line in case the clock goes down, as in every meet, as in every major meet. At the Olympic Games, at the World Championships, you may not see them on your television, but they're there in the stadium below, just as a backup if the electronic time goes down. So athletes been asked to go onto the tent, which is the right thing to do. Not looking too good, though. I said before, the clock would have been sorted out quickly. However, I have not spoken into being. Well, they're still having an issue with the clock. Well, let me run through you in terms of other things that will be happening throughout the day. We did mention a few before. They are behind the schedule, but as they have done all season at the regionals, they have made up grounds. So after the 4x2s, on the girls' side will be the 60 meters, class 4 for boys and girls. And then the 100 meters, class 3 for boys and girls. Then you have class 2, boys and girls. And then class 1. Right after the 100, it will be the 400 meters for class 1, boys and girls, and the 300 meters for class 2, boys and girls. 800 meters sprint medley relay open, as pointed out, only the preliminaries, no finals on today. 800 medley, sprint medley, will come up right after, and that's scheduled to start at 2:10 this afternoon. I think by that time they'll make up ground, or even before, for boys and girls, and that's an open event. Then you had a 400 meter, 4x100 meters, class 4, up to class 1 for boys and girls. Then the 800 meters will close off the show at 4:30. And also you have that for boys and girls. And that's an open event. So a lot of action on the opening day of 3. I have to big up our sponsors, Devon Biscuit, they come on board in a huge way, and we say astronomical way, for the next 3 years. Still the issue with the clock. We have some huge talent on show. Saw some great performances at the eastern end of the island. That's at Stadium East. Next door, the National Stadium, both on the grounds of Independence Park Limited. Well, it doesn't look good when an individual is trying to fix a particular thing and having both hands on the waist akimbo. So the athletes are going back out on the track. Mario, who has worked in the start room, seems like the issue has been fixed. I'm assuming. I still see 2:22:13 on the clock. Maybe they restart the clock. As the 6 teams are back on the track for the second heat of 4. This is the boys 4x200 meters open relay. We saw Spanish Town taking heat 1. And New Providence coming through for second. Now Nagahead, who are in lane 4, are listed as the favorite.
Lane 4, Nagahead. Lane 5, Winwood Road. Lane 6, Coronado Avenue. Lane 7, St. Patrick. Lane 8, Holy Rosary.
So lane assignments, once again, just a reminder, those and Catherine, they're in 3, Nagahead in 4. Winwood Road, they are in 5. Coronado is 6, St. Patrick's 7. And Holy Rosary, they are in lane 8. Coronado, the champions of the Western region. Finally, we are getting ready for the second heat. It's a clean start, brilliant start that was from Carnally, but gaining from Carnally is Winwood Road. Winwood Road has gone by Carnally on this opening leg. On the inside of Winwood Road, it is Nagahead. But Winwood Road on this opening leg, they're certainly gobbled up everyone that's in front of them, hand over the button in the top spot. So Winwood Road on the inside, Nagahead, based on the stagger on this second leg of this boys 4x2. Nagahead now cutting the deficit. Winwood Road having a slight advantage. Nagahead also moving well. On the inside, St. Catherine. St. Catherine running in the wrong lane, though. There where it should have been in lane 3. So St. Catherine handing over first. Nagahead second. And Winwood Road in third. St. Catherine, Nagahead, and Winwood Road on this penultimate leg of the boys 4x2. This is the second of 4 heats. St. Catherine with a slight advantage. But here comes Nagahead between the two blues. Nagahead, St. Catherine. St. Catherine not giving up that top position. But Nagahead being relentless. And for the final exchange, it's St. Catherine on the inside, Nagahead on the outside. On this final leg, the move now being made by Nagahead. They are the favorites to take the top spot. So, St. Catherine on the inside. And Nagahead now goes in front. They're heading home, moving away from St. Catherine. So St. Catherine looking around left and right, they're settled in second. But Nagahead will take the second heat in the boys 4x2. Nagahead first, St. Catherine second. Winwood Road, they are in third. And Carnady coming up in fourth. That's his second heat of 4. 4x200 meters coming to life. So we won't see the time. Yes, that has not been sorted out, because hand times are being used. So the penultimate heat is the next event on the track. Frank Field in lane 1 had a time of 1:59.10. Lawrence Tavern in 2 minutes 00.60. Jericho there in 3, 1 minute 52.10. In 4, Howard Cook, 1 minute 50.30 seconds. In 5, St. Jude's, 151.10. In 6, you have Carsbrook, 152.80 seconds. In 7, Mona, 157.50. And in lane 8, Harbour View, 155.70. Lane 1 should have been Frankfield. We don't see Frankfield there. Mona Heights should have been in lane 7. Lane 7 is empty at the present time. So Frankfield, who should have been in lane 1 with a time of 150.10, is missing in action. Also in lane 7, Mona Heights, who had a qualifying time of 1 minute 57.50. Is missing in action. So 6 competitors again. He had 6 in the second heat and 6 now in the penultimate, the third. So these 6 teams are ready for the penultimate heat. Harborview in 8. Carisbrooke in 6. St. Jude's in 5. Howard Cook in 4. Jericho in 3. And Lawrence Tavern in 2. Harborview gets out well. They're in lane 8. Neon Green. On the inside, St. Jude's looks good. Have to look on Howard Cook. Howard Cook on the outside. But Harborview on this opening leg have a slight advantage based on the stagger. So Howard Cook hands over the baton in second. But coming around the bend, Harborview still maintaining the lead. So Carisbrooke, Harborview. So Harborview with a slight advantage, and St. Jude's there in second. Wow, this may be a mild upset somewhat. Howard Cook there in third. So St. Jude's now goes by Harborview on this penultimate leg. This boys open 4x2. This is the third of 4 heats. St. Jude's followed by Harborview. Now Harborview's athlete has caught the deficit. He ran the first 100 meters, jogged the first 100 meters. Now made up some ground the last 80 meters of that leg. St. Jude's and Harborview. That is the top 2. But here comes Harborview once again. The team from the east is cruising around. We said before, cutting the deficit. Harborview on the outside. St. Jude's on the inside with about 80 meters to go. Still Harborview trying to surpass St. Jude's, but St. Jude's is not having it on this glorious Thursday morning. It's St. Jude's and then Harborview first and second in the penultimate heat. The boys 4x2. So the next heat, the final heat, the boys 4x2. Kensington should be in lane 1, 1 minute 59.50 or their qualifying time. St. Francis in 2, 2 minutes 00.20 seconds. Esher in 3, 152.30 seconds. Angels in 4 had a qualifying time, 1 minute 50.80. Greater Portmore, they are in 5. Their qualifying time was 1 minute 50, also 0.80 seconds. You have Rousseau in 6, 152.40. Homestead in 7, 1:57.50 seconds for their qualifying time. And Bridgeport in lane 8, 1:56.70. So looking on lane 2, so St. Francis missing in action. So no St. Francis at 17s facing the starter for this fourth and final heat in the boys open 4x2. The girls are coming around for their time at the event. They're walking on the cycle track. Just came through the marathon tunnel. A light breeze blowing over the National Stadium. That should cool off the heat somewhat. Not by much though. So cricket ball throw going on. We said before 4 field events. We have not named them just as yet.
On your marks.
Athletes on their marks. The final heat in the boys open 4x2. Bridgeport in lane 8 gets out well, so to Rousseau. They are in lane 6, Rousseau. And Rousseau cutting the deficit. Homestead on their outside, on their pass Homestead. And they've gone by Homestead Pass in the entrance of the marathon tunnel. So it's Rousseau on this opening leg, based on the stagger, having a slight advantage. They've gained on Bridgeport in lane 8. Not the greatest exchange from Rousseau. Almost coming to a halt before handing over the baton. So Rousseau still in the lead on the second leg, coming around the bend on the front stretch. So Rousseau, on the outside of Rousseau is Homestead, and the inside of Rousseau is Greater Portmore. The Greater Portmore, they've gone by Homestead and have gained on Rousseau. So it is going to be Greater Portmore handing over the baton, followed by Rousseau, and then on the outside is Homestead. That is the top 3. Also moving well is Angels. Angels has come into the party. So Rousseau, Greater Portmore, and Angels. Angels now slowed down somewhat. And Greater Portmore tossing for that second spot. Rousseau also there. Wow. Angels goes ahead of everyone. Wow. On that final exchange. So Angels ahead of Rousseau and Greater Portmore. So everyone slowed down to hand over the baton. The athlete did not. And the athlete running the ankle leg made a move, the right move. And Greater Portmore slipped into second. But Angels is flying away. They're heading towards heaven and winning the final heat. The boys 4x2. So Greater Portmore finishing second and finishing third was Rousseau. Top 3 in this heat. However, the fastest times advanced through to the final. So there's been no semifinals, just straight final after. So that's the end of the boys 4x2. The next event on track is the girls 4x2. So the winner from each heat plus the next 4 best times. So Angels advancing through to the final. Spanish Town advancing through to the final. Wow. Just a reminder though, have to big up our sponsors. Devon Biscuit. And sponsor the meet for the next 3 years. As the ladies make their way to the track. Now the first heat of 4 showcases C4th qualify with the time of 2 minutes 02.18 seconds. Glenn Stewart there in lane 2. 2 minutes 07.52. In 3 you have Angels 1 minute 57.42. In 4, Spanish Town, 1 minute 51.28 seconds. In 5, Windward Road, 1 minute 57.42 seconds. In 6, Corinaldi, 1:59.25 seconds. In 7, St. Catherine, 2 minutes 01.51. And in lane 8 at Jericho, 1:59.90 seconds. 8 teams listed, and I'm looking on the track, and the 8 teams are there for the first heat. All 8 teams there. Seaforth, Glen Stewart, Angels, Spanish Town, Windward Road, Corinaldi, St. Catherine, and Jericho. Girls 4x2. It's a clean start for the first of 4 heats in the girls 4x2 open. Getting out well was Jericho. They're in lane 8 in that yellow vest. Moving on the inside of Jericho looks to be Windward Road. Windward Road in that blue as trying to gain somewhat on Corinaldi. Corinaldi feeling the presence of Windward Road. They are in lane 6, just made a move away from Windward Road. But you still have to look out in lane 8, Jericho. Handing over the baton in the top spot. Windward Road is there. And Windward Road has gained on Corinaldi. They're past Corinaldi and also St. Catherine. But still on the outside in lane 8, you have Jericho shouting from the hills. Windward Road, they're in second. And on the inside of Windward Road looks to be Spanish Town. So it is Windward Road and Spanish Town. It's going to be, on the inside lane 1, Seaforth. Where did Seaforth come from? They're in lane 1. The young lady, I think, would be disqualified from Windward Road. She cut over before the time, so she think she'll be disqualified. So Windward Road, they are in front, but I don't think they'll finish the top spot. And she can go back into her lane. She's confused. She was in her lane, came over in lane 1, and now she has gained somewhat. So it's Windward Road, Spanish Town. They're the top 2, but I think they'll be disqualified though. But time will tell. But Windward Road still cruising around the bend. And there's an athlete who fell, but she's back on her feet. And cutting the deficit, Spanish Town. Spanish Town still gaining with 40 meters to go. Spanish Town, they are in town. Spanish Town, what a performance from this ankle leg runner. They take it ahead of Windward Road, who I think will be disqualified. So Windward Road, automatic qualification to the final. Not Windward Road, pardon me, Spanish Town. Of winning that heat, I think Windward Road will be disqualified. Or that athlete on the third leg received the baton and cut across. You had to complete at least 100 meters first before you went across. So Spanish Town taking that first heat. Heat number 2 is the next event on the track. Holy Rosary there in 1. 2 minutes 02.60 was their qualifying time to the Nationals. Waterford in 2, 2 minutes 06.70. Port Morant in 3, 157.57. In 4, you have Harbourview with a time of 154.81. In 5, Greater Portmore, 156.79 seconds. In 6, you have St. Richards, you have 158.77. And in 7, Brompton, 2 minutes 01.35 seconds or 25 seconds. And then in 8, Red Hills, 3 minutes 00.10. And that's not 3, 2 minutes 00.10. I don't think 3 minutes would have carried you here. So this is the second heat coming up. Athletes are going on the track. We had a full field for the first of 4. I'm not seeing lanes 3, 2, and 1 being filled. I'm wondering if the teams are not out just yet. So I think Holy Rosary is there. So 2 missing from this heat. It's Waterford and Holy and Port Morant. Should have been in lanes 2 and 3 respectively. So Holy Rosary there in 1, Harborview in 4, Greater Portmore in 5. St. Richards in 6, Brompton 7, Red Hills in lane 8. You have to look on 4, Harborview, the Eastern champions. They are the favorites to take this heat. Girls 4x2. And the officials just setting the athletes in the right position for the baton exchange, the penultimate baton exchange. So 6 facing the starter in the second heat. The INSPORTS Devon Biscuit Primary National Track and Field Championships, day 1 of 3. So still awaiting the starter. Has not moved from under the tent just as yet. No, he has. Seems like Mr. Reese, the starter. Just testing the mechanism. As these 6 teams. A reminder, Holy Rosary in 1. Harborview in 4. Greater Portmore in 5. St. Richards in the red vest in 6. Brompton also wearing red in 7. And lane 8, you have Red Hills. And you know what color they're wearing? Also wearing red. So athletes being asked to go on their marks. The second heat of 4. It's a clean start for the girls 4x200 meter. This is the second heat of 4. As I said before, you have to look out for Harborview, but Harborview has been left behind by Greater Portmore, who are in 5, who has gained somewhat, and St. Richards on the outside. St. Richards feeling the presence, has stepped up a notch, and has gained on Brompton, who is in lane 7. So Brompton is there in 7, but it's going to be St. Richards handing over the baton in the top position. Harborview missing in action. So St. Richards cruising around the bend on the outside of St. Richards is Red Hills in lane 8. That's the top 2 on this second leg. The girls 4x2. Coming through the duo is Brompton. They're coming back in the mix. We mentioned about these 3 teams wearing red. So it is St. Richards and Red Hills and Brompton. St. Richards handing over first. In second, it looks like Brompton. Red Hills in third. Harborview in 4th. Can they cut the deficit? So Harborview coming around the bend, and all athletes have come over. Wow. I don't know what they'll do there. The yellow flag goes out. All of the top 4 athletes came over before, and I saw the yellow flag going up. But in the meantime, it is none other than St. Richards, followed by Harborview. We said before, Harborview were the favorites. Harborview with its anchor leg run out. She looks powerful. She goes by St. Richards as they were there. And stepping hard, stepping fast, stepping strong. 50 meters to go to close out the second heat of the girls 4x2 open. Harborview takes it. But will they qualify? That is the big question. Because all 4 athletes on the penultimate leg who are in 4th, along with Harborview, St. Richards, Brompton, and Red Hills came over before the cones. The yellow flag went up on that bend, so I don't know what decision will be taken there. David Riley is the meet manager. Also got an award at the It's a boys and girls track and field championships. I wouldn't say for his yeoman service in the sport. Was also the winning coach of Wilma's boys when they won the championships in the 100th edition of Boys and Girls Champs, or Boys Champs, I should say. He's a meet manager. He has a lot of decisions to make on hand. Will they be disqualified? Won't they be disqualified? We don't know what's going to happen there. But we can tell you what's going to happen next. How have you came out on top in that heat? But will they advance? Heat number 3 showcases Frank Field. Well, I don't see Frank Field. Bridgeport, they're in 2. St. Patrick's in 3. Nagahead in 4. Carisbrook in the green vest in 5. Howard Cook in red in 6. Now I see Frank Field in 1. So the young lady from halfway tree is coming to ask her teammate who's running that penultimate leg a question. Well, we see an athlete in lane 8 though, and that's on the penultimate leg, and I think she should be in lane 1. A bit confusing, and the officials have not seen it just yet. For that athlete representing Frankfield, because Red Hill should be in lane 8, but she is in lane 8 on the penultimate exchange. She should be in 1. They've not seen it just yet. No, they realize. And I hope that can be rectified before the race begins. The 7 facing the starter, the penultimate heat. So I'm looking around though. I'm a bit confused because on that second leg, they are in lane 8. Now they're going to put them in lane 8.
Lane 4, Navajo. Lane 5, Harrisburg, the Rebel Lowlands from Western Championships. Lane 6, Howard Cook. Lane 7, Halfway Tree. And lane 8, Rock Hall.
So Rock Hall should have been lane 8. So they were not Frankfield, they were Rock Hall. And the opening leg was in lane 1, and everyone else was in lane 8. Now that has been rectified. So lanes 2 to 8 will be utilized in this penultimate heat. Girls 4x200 meters. Brighton, St. Patrick's, Nagahead, Carisbrook, Howard Cook, Halfway Tree, and Rock Hall. Nagahead gets out well on the inside or the outside of Nagahead. You have Howard Cook there in lane 6. In lane 7, you have Halfway Tree. An even contest so far this opening leg. But now making a move, Howard Cook has gained somewhat on Halfway Tree on the outside. On this opening leg, the girls 4x2. And let's see who'd hand over the baton in the top spotlight. Nagahead. Nagahead hands over the baton in the top spot. That first exchange, that girls open 4x2. On the outside, Rock Hall handling their business though. Coming around on that front stretch. Rock Hall flying away on the second leg. On the inside of Rock Hall is Halfway Tree. They've come back in the party. And then in lane 3, you have St. Patrick's slipped into that third position. St. Patrick's on the outside, Rock Hall and Halfway Tree. Nagahead is also there. So St. Patrick's in the white vest. In lane 3 on the outside, Rock Hall. But St. Patrick's going around the bend, going on the back stretch. They're in the lead. Brilliant leg so far from St. Patrick's. Followed closely in second, Rock Hall. And halfway tree in third. And then in fourth, you have Nagahead. St. Patrick's for the final exchange. They're all alone. So Rock Hall trying to reel her in on this final leg. St. Patrick's and Rock Hall in second. Nagahead tussling for the third spot with halfway tree. Well, St. Patrick's on the inside, Rock Hall on the outside with about 60 meters to go. It is St. Patrick's holding off the challenge of Rock Hall. It's going to be St. Patrick's, Rock Hall, Nagahead. That is the top 3 and halfway tree in fourth. 154.27 seconds on the clock. St. Patrick's automatically advancing through to the final for winning the penultimate heat, the girls 4x200 meters. This is an open event. So the final heat coming up. Girls 4x2. And then right after that, you'll have the 60 meters for class 4. Lane assignments for the final heat, fourth and final. Black River should be in lane 1 ahead of time of 2 minutes 04.58 seconds. Homestead in 2, 2 minutes 06.30. Kensington in 3 had a qualifying time 1 minute 57.96 seconds. In 4, John Mills 156.33. In 5, New Providence 155.79. In 6, Esher 158.14. In 7, you have Ascot 2 minutes 01.67. And in an 8, Wakefield 2 minutes 00.67 seconds. Normally at a primary school event, a national primary school event, you will see a lot of coaches, high school coaches on hand. Just to view the prospects and see if they are good enough to enter their respective programs. Some of the high school coaches are even primary school coaches. So there's no lane 1, so Black River is missing. Lane 5 is missing also. That's New Providence. So New Providence is there, but they're just not in their lane at the present time. So 7 facing the starter. Athlete from New Providence left her lane to have a discussion with her teammate. Now she's back at the right position. Fourth and final heat. So 7 facing the starter. Homestead in 2. Kensington in 3. John Mills in 4. New Providence 5. Esher 6. Ascot 7. And Wakefield in 8. So recall by the starter. Normally, at this age, if someone false starts, they'll give them a caution, normally, and have a word with them. However, if they do it again, the red card may come up. So no card has been shown to any of the athletes. An official just went across, have a word with the athlete in lane 6 from Esher. And hopefully we can get this fourth and final heat in the Girls Open 4x2 off and running. It's extremely hot on this Thursday morning on the opening day of 3. INSPORTS Devon Biscuit Primary National Track and Field Championships taking center stage. It's a clean start at the final heat of the girls 4x2 open. And we said before, you have to look out for New Providence. New Providence doing well, has gained somewhat on Escher and has gone by Escher on this opening leg. New Providence on the backstretch on the outside of New Providence is Ascot and Wakefield. But Wakefield is certainly awake and moving well in lane 8. So New Providence hands over the baton in the top spot. On the outside, Wakefield settles to be second. And Kensington trying to come back in the mix. They are in lane 3. So Wakefield having a slight advantage, but here once again, New Providence. So Wakefield and New Providence on the second leg. Trying to come back in the fold is Escher. But it's New Providence handing out the band. Poor exchange by New Providence. Kensington is also doing well. John Mills has come into the fold on this penultimate leg. So Kensington in lane 3 in the green and gold vest. But John Mills has taken over. But New Providence not allowing it, and they've cut over before. So I don't know if any other team will be disqualified. Wow. John Mills, they're out in front. New Providence, they are trailing in second on the back stretch by about half a meter or so. That is the top 2 for the final exchange. All the top 3 athletes cut over before time. John Mills, New Providence, with 150 meters to go. New Providence, the athlete, the anchor leg runner, is making her move on the outside. John Mills on the inside. They're in the blue and gold vest. And then New Providence, I said before, she's making a move. She has made it. She has gone in front. And now pulling away from John Mills, a young lady from New Providence, running the 4x2 and will take it home. Winning the seat or going across the line in the seat, let me say that, because I don't know if they will be disqualified. I said before, Mr. Riley has a lot of work to do when you look on respective heats. So going across the line first was New Providence, John Mills in second. We take a break from the National Stadium.
It's better together, tastes amazing. This crazy combo make you want the great things. Cookie meat, the chocolate, can't live without it. 100% goodness, me want it. Devon digestive, rich chocolate with cookie crunchness.
Cookie beats chocolate in Devon Chocolate Digestive. Better because it's both.
The INSPORTS Devon Biscuits Primary Schools Athletic Series is back and hotter than ever. May 4 to 6, Stadium East comes to life as Eastern teams battle for supremacy. May 8 to 10, Central teams take center stage at GC Foster College. May 11 to 13, we go west at Stets. And then the grand final, May 25 to 27, the National Junior Athletics Championships at the National Stadium. The INSPORTS Devon Biscuits Primary Schools Athletic Series, pride, passion, determination, success. Sponsored by
Advertise on our live streaming on Track Alert's social media pages, which provides the most prominent online viewership from track and field meets in Jamaica. Your products will be seen by our large audience in Jamaica, the diaspora, and across the world. Book your spot in our live stream for a very small introductory fee. Call or text us at 876-893-4157. or email anthonyfoss@gmail.com. Trackalerts.com from start to finish.
10.29 seconds for Yohan Blake. An impressive run.
Hi, my name is Shelly-Ann Fraser, Olympic and World Champion. For your latest track and field news, log on to trackalerts.com. Trackalerts.com from start to finish.
Hosting a function or event? Want it to be streamed live on Facebook, YouTube, or Zoom? iView 365 can help you. We specialize in sporting events, stage shows, funerals, concerts, conferences, church services, graduations, and many more. Call or text us at 876-893-4157 or email anthonyfoss@gmail.com. That's ANTHONYFOS@gmail.com.
Stay with Track Alerts TV by clicking the subscribe button and hit the notification bell to make sure you get all our races, interviews, and exclusive content. And don't forget to like, comment, and share.
It's better together, tastes amazing. This crazy combo make you want the great things. Cookie meat, the chocolate, can't live without it. 100% goodness, me want it. Devon digestive, rich chocolate with cookie crunchness.
Cookie beats chocolate in Devon Chocolate Digestive. Better because it's both.
The INSPORTS Devon Biscuits Primary Schools Athletic Series is back and hotter than ever. May 4 to 6, Stadium East comes to life as Eastern teams battle for supremacy. May 8 to 10, Central teams take center stage at GC Foster College. May 11 to 13, we go west at Stets. And then the grand final, May 25 to 27, the National Junior Athletics Championships at the National Stadium. The INSPORTS Devon Biscuits Primary Schools Athletic Series, pride, passion, determination, success. Sponsored by
Advertise on our live streaming on Track Alert's social media pages, which provides the most prominent online viewership from track and field meets in Jamaica. Your products will be seen by our large audience in Jamaica, the diaspora, and across the world. Book your spot in our live stream for a very small The National Stadium comes to life once again after the completion of the 4x2 for girls and boys open INSPORTS Devon Biscuit Primary National Championships now turns its attention to the 60 meters. We have 4 heats coming up. Class 4, lane 1, Morgan of Portsmouth, 9.95 seconds was her qualifying time. Drummond Escher in 2, Spike of License in 3, Kirkpatrick Alpha in 4, Lindsay of Halfway Tree in 5, Murphy, Time of the Patience in 6, and Turner from Carnaldi in 7, Rochester Greater Portmore in lane 8. So athletes going on their marks. And the gun has set them away. The brilliant start that was for Kirkpatrick of Alpha. Kirkpatrick going well on the outside of Kirkpatrick. Looks like Lindsay. Is Lindsay then Kirkpatrick? And then looks like Spike is third. So Lindsay of Halfway Tree takes it ahead of Kirkpatrick of Alpha and Spike of License finishing in third. Lindsay's time is 9.41 seconds. Kirkpatrick time 9.49 and Spike in third 9.57 seconds. Lindsay of Halfway Tree takes each one. Winner automatically advance through to the final. So Rochester finishing in 5th, 9.68 seconds. Murphy is in 6th. So 9.41 seconds. Record here is 8.70. Set back in 2009 by Kayla Bonnick, who went on to attend St. Jago High. Now Akeem Plummer from Rock Hall in 1 at a time of 9.99 seconds. Powell of Carisbrook is in 2, 10.32. You have Corsley from Nazareth in 3, 9.66 seconds with her qualifying time. Wright of Bridgeport in 4, 9.43 on the belt. Chung of St. Jude's in lane 5. Well, there's no 2 and 3. God has set them away, and in 4 and 5 you have to look out for Chung of St. Jude's, and cruising goal. Chung of St. Jude's takes it, and in second should be Wright of Bridgeport, 9.39 seconds for Chung of St. Jude's, and coming through for second, I think though that Wright of Bridgeport may have gotten it. Burnett actually got it ahead of Wright, 9.40 seconds for Chung. Burnett, who was in lane 8, actually finished second, 9.98. So Wright finishing in third. I thought she had finished second, but she finished third. Wright, 10.02 seconds. Chung's time, 9.40, the winning time. Automatically advancing through to the final. The winner of each heat plus the next 4 best times. So Jada Thompson from Constant Spring in 1. Shamika Dobbs of Windward Road in 2 had qualifying times of 10.00 and 10.01. You have Clark of St. John's in 3, 9.67 seconds. Morris of Chester in 4. Roberts in 5. She's from License. Palmer of Spanish Town in 6. Odessa Palmer. And you have Cross of Glen Stewart in 7. And Watson St. Catherine in lane 8. There's no Thompson. And the gun has sent them away. Great start. It looks to me like Morris and Roberts. Roberts of License. Roberts of License take it ahead of Roberts. Roberts takes ahead of Morris, pardon me. 9.50 seconds. And a young man just ran in the hallway as athletes were running. He was running alongside them, if you want to say that. 9.52 seconds for Roberts. And Morris is second, 9.78 seconds. As fast as he was going, the young ladies were going faster. Roberts, Morris, and Cross, 9.52, 9.78 seconds. Palmer in 4th, 9.94 seconds. So the final heat is on track. Robinson of Cornaldi in 1. Roberts of Angels in 3. The same facing the starter. Roberts from Angels in 3. James Time and Patience in 4. You have Marshall from Nuggerhead in 5. Hazel, Winwood Road in 6. Carr from St. Francis in 7. And Mighty from St. John's in lane 8. Athletes on their marks. 4th and final heat. Girls class 4, 60 meters. Winner automatically advances through to the final. Getting out well like Roberts of Angels. Roberts of Angels holding off the pack. It's Roberts, but now the pack comes and takes control. And it looks to me that James takes it ahead of the trio that went on the line. James, Marshall, and Hazel. The clock continues. But I think, though, that James of Time and Patience got the better of Marshall of Nuggerhead and Hazel of Winwood Road. All three, I think, passed Roberts of Angels. So Hazel actually gets it from lane 6. James finishing in 2nd and Marshall in 3rd. The trio we mentioned before. 9.71, 9.73, 9.73. Hazel from Winwood Road, she gets it ahead of Time and Patience, James, and Nuggerhead's Marshall. 9.73, same time as James. Roberts finishing in 4th from Angels, who had the lead for the first 45 meters or so. So that's it for the girls. So it's time for the boys. So Hazel automatically advancing through to the final, the winner of each heat. So Giovanni Lawrence of Cornaldi should be in lane 1. First of 4 heats. Briana Williams from Flankers in 2. Porter from John Mills in 3. Martin Jericho in 4. Johnson of Ocho Rios in 5. Terrell of Polyground in 6. Dixon Kensington in 7. And Reed of Alpha is in lane 8. So no athletes in 5, 3, or 5 and 2, pardon me. So lanes 5 and 2 empty. So another young man at the side. At 6 facing the starter here. There's a young one at the side though. Don't know if he's a part of the race. Yes, he is. He's now being placed in lane 2. So that's Williams of flankers. So no Johnson of Ocherias. It's a great start this for Reid of Alpha in lane 1. Now moving well on the outside. Looks to be Martin. It's Martin. I think may have gotten it though. Martin of Jericho may have gotten it ahead of Reid of Alpha, who was in lane 8 though. Martin was in lane 4. The clock continues. But Martin of Jericho, I think, may have gotten it ahead of Reid of Alpha. That is the first of 4 heats. We'll wait to see what will happen, what names will be displayed on the clock. Now Carter of Swallowfield in 1. You have Gardner from Coronado in 2. Small of Spanish Town in 3. Flankers. Chambers of Crescent in 4. Burrell of Jericho in 5. Richards of St. Catherine 6. Blake of Angels 7. And Brown of Woodward Road in lane 8. So full field for this second heat. Richards of St. Catherine almost tumbling over. He's in lane 6 in the light blue. Now the official is just having a word with him to listen for the gun. Great start this. Carter of Swallowfield. He's in lane 1 on the outside. It looks to me like Brown of Winwood Road. But Carter of Swallowfield finishing in first. He's in lane 1. He's in full red. 9.23 seconds. That is a flash time. The official time for Carter, 9.22 seconds. Brown finishing in second. He was in lane 8 for Winwood Road. 9.35 seconds. And Chambers third, 9.46. So the penultimate heat coming up. Simpson, Wakefield in 1. Larmond of Esher in 2. Miller of Bridgeport in 3. Webb, New Forest in 4. Walker, Macaulay in 5. Fenton of Spanish Town in 6. Thorpe of Ewerton in 7. And Richards of Red Hills in lane 8. Another full field for the penultimate heat, boys class 4. 60 meters. Winner automatically advance through to the final. Gunn has set them off. Great start it is in lane 4. Have to look for Webb. But on the inside, Simpson. Simpson has a slight advantage over Webb. It's Simpson, Webb, and on the outside, Richards. So it looks like Simpson of Wakefield ahead of Webb of New Forest and Richards of Red Hills. 9.45 seconds is the flash time. 9.45 is the official time. Webb is second, 9.49. And I think, though, that Richards came through for third. Yes, he did. 9.55 seconds. However, it will be Simpson automatically gaining a spot in that final. So Williams in lane 1 from Wakefield. Crowell of Esher in 2. Levy, Harborview in 3. Senior of St. Patrick's in 4. Clark of Macaulay in 5. Barnaby, Greater Portmore in 6. Bond of St. Francis in 7. And Thompson of License in lane 8. So after the 60 meters will be the 100 meters. Well, the gun has set them off. Great start it was from Levy of Harbour View. On the outside of Levy is a Senior. Senior has moved away from Levy and the entire field. Senior takes it. Senior of St. Patrick's takes the head of Levy and Williams on the inside from Wakefield. Senior's time 9.21. Williams 9.51 seconds from Wakefield. And Levy, he's from Harbour View, 9.52. So the next event on track will be the 100 meters, starting with class 3. You have 2 and 1 girls and boys. So the first heat in the girls class 3 100 meters comes up. Lane 1, O'Connor of Ewerton. Boney of Wakefield is in 2. You have Jakes from Red Hills is in 3. Brown, Spanish Town in 4. Porter from Jericho in 5. Wright of Horizon in 6. Francis from St. Francis in 7. And Brown from Harbour View in 8. So Brown from Spanish Town in 4. You have to look out for her. And Francis from St. Francis. As the officials would just lead them down the track just to show them that they don't want to get confused with the lanes coming around the bend. I think that's a great initiative by the officials. They have done it every single time, every regional event that has happened so far, East, Central, and West. They have done just that to just show the youngsters so they don't get confused. The guard has set them up for the first of 4 heats. And they're looking well. Look from Spanish Town is Brown. We said before, but the inside of Brown have Jakes of Red Hills. So Jakes of Red Hills taking over. It's going to be Jakes ahead of Brown. 14.02 seconds. That's for Jakes of Red Hills. That is the flash time for the first of 4 heats. 14.02 is the official time for Jakes Brown from Spanish Town is second, 14.20 seconds was her time. And 14.20. Porter in third, 14.30. Porter from Jericho, first, second, and third. However, it's going to be Jenks automatically advancing through to the final because only the winner automatically advances. Then the next 4 best times from the 4 heats on hand. Heat number 2 coming up. And the next event looks to me Nagaheads Matt Donald. Nagaheads Matt Donald out in front. And on the outside, Segree. And she's from halfway tree. Matt Donald, then Segree. 14.12 seconds is the flash time for Matt Donald. 14.15 for Matt Donald. Segree is second, 14.19. And Brown is third, 14.81 seconds. Brown is from St. John's. Third heat coming up. So Lewis of halfway tree in 1. Bramwell Holland in 2. We have Holmes from Spanish Town in 4. In 3, pardon me. Chin of Greater Portmore in 4. King of License in 5. Green of St. Reed's in 6. Brooks of Ocharias in 7. And Dobbs of Bridgeport in lane 8. So no Bramwell. We should have been in lane 2. Great start it was. Greater Portmore's Chin out in front of the outside of Chin is King of License. It says Chin sprinting away from the King. So it is Chin, then King in second, and in third looks to be Lewis of halfway tree. 14.02 seconds for Greater Portmore's Chin. License King is second, and Lewis of halfway tree is third. The official time for Chin is 14.04. King from License 14.37 in second. Lewis from halfway tree 14.83 in third. So the final heat in the girls' class 3, 100 meters. Erickson from Howard Cook in 1, Wright of Black River in 2, English Polly Ground in 3, Robinson Nuggerhead in 4, Bailey Greater Portmore in 5, Campbell of Ascot in 6, and Keith of Jericho in 7, Daly of St. Patrick's in lane 8. So again, lane 2 is missing. Wright from Black River missing in action. I've been in lane 2. Girls class 3, 100 meters. Gunn has set the way. Nagaheads. Robinson gets out well. Robinson moving away from the rest of the pack. English of Potty Ground is in second, but Robinson now streaks away and will take it. And coming through for second, it looks to be Campbell of Ascot. So Robinson takes it. 9.54. Wow, that's a world record. That's what's on the clock. I think the clock stopped way before. So 14.18 seconds, the official time for Robinson. Campbell, I thought, came through for second from Ascot. 14.18 from Robinson. Campbell is second, 14.42. Erickson third, 14.71 seconds. That is the top 3. Now it's time for the boys to take center stage. 4 heats coming up. The boys are just coming across. So Burrell, Hope Valley in 1. Sean Channer of Black River in 2. Haven't seen much of the Black River team on the opening day. Nathaniel Roden, Uaton in 3. Chadwick Robinson from Greater Portmore in 4. You have Alex Brown of St. Jude's in 5. You have Queen Buckham from Spanish Town in 6. That's Caron, pardon me. Johnny Gordon, Angels in 7. And Andressa Key from Jericho in lane 8. Fastest individual, Chadwick Robinson from Greater Portmore, had a time of 13.54 seconds. Coming through, Caron Buckham from Spanish Town. Looked impressive. Over by Central, where they competed at GC Foster College. So let's see what comes up. So Kylan Dresicki from Jericho. I'm going to see if he's there though. Yes, he is. And looking in lane 2 is missing again. From Black River. I said before though, we haven't seen much of Black River on this opening day of 3. The INSPORTS Devon Biscuit Primary School Track and Field Championships, the national edition. We have the Eastern, the Central, and the Western. This is the Nationals. Go ahead, set, no way. Great start it was. Looks to be a Greater Portmore's Robinson. Robinson of Greater Portmore holding off the pack. You know, he sprints away. It's Robinson of Greater Portmore coming through for second. Is Roden of Ewaton. 14 seconds flat. That is a flash time for Robinson of Greater Portmore. And it should be Roden of Ewaton finishing in second. Yes, he did. 40.01 for first. Robinson. Roden's time in second is 14.31. And it was close for third. Not on the board just yet. Buckham actually finished third. 14.48 seconds. That is the first heat of 4. So Robinson of Greater Portmore automatically going through to the final. Now heat number 2, Jovan James of Holland in 1. You have Zanel Gale of Cornalde in 2. You have Clark of Waterford in 3. Walker of License in 4. Gonis Angels in 5. Hanson of Ewaton in 6. Jameson Halfway Tree in 7. And Goburn of St. John's in lane 8. DeAndre is his first name. Athletes on their marks. Gone has set them away for the second of 4 heats. Remember, just the winner advances through. It looks like the man from License, Walker. Walker, what a performance from this young man from License. Walker takes it. It was close for second. On the inside, it looks like Gale was there for Corinaldi and Gunnis was there from Angels. 13.69 seconds for Walker. Gunnis is second, 14.20, and Jameson is third, 14.31. Well, they have Jameson. They have James. But let's see. Hewitt, a Mountainside in 1. Thomas of Black River in 2. Brissett of St. Richards in 3. Morgan of Ascot in 4. Vanzi Nagahead in 5. Hilton from Halfway Tree in 6. Copeland, New Providence in 7. And Young of License in lane 8. The penultimate heat in the boys class 3, 100 meters. Hewitt, Thomas, Brissett, Morgan, Vanzi, Hilton, Copeland, and Young. Ascot's Morgan had a time of 13.85 seconds. He should be in lane 4. He's a favorite in this heat, the penultimate, the third of 4. Remember, he is in lane 4. Gone had set them away. Great start it is. We spoke about this young man from Ascot, Morgan. Morgan has a slight advantage on the inside. Brissett of St. Richards. Now Brissett of St. Richards goes in front. Now Morgan and Brissett. It's going to be Brissett of St. Richards ahead of Ascot's Morgan. First and a second on the outside. Looks to Young of License. May have come through for third. The time on the board is certainly not the time. So Brissett of St. Richards gets it 14.05. Morgan of Ascot is second, 14.09. And Young of License is third, 14.24 seconds. First, second, and third. However, only the winner will advance through to the final automatically. So Brissett of St. Richards, he automatically goes through. Fourth and final heat, the boys class 3, 100 meters. Wedderburn from flankers should be in 1. Sterling from Barracks Road in 2. You have Card from Bridgeport in 3. Reid of Glen Stewart in 4. Rowe, Greater Portmore in 5. Bartley from Jericho in 6. Williams, St. Catherine in 7. And Richards from Nagahead is in 8. And that's Nagahead. As there's no one in lane 1. So flankers Wedderburn missing in action. And the girls class 2, they are next. Athletes on their marks. Fourth and final heat, boys class 3, 100 meters. Gunn has set them away. Great start. It was for Greater Portmore's Rowe. But no, moving away from Rowe. Looks like Reid of Glen Stewart. So Reid of Glen Stewart ahead of Rowe. He finished in the wrong lane though. That's Reid of Glen Stewart finishing in lane 5, but he should have been in lane 4. 13.75 seconds for Reid of Glen Stewart, and Rowe of Greater Portmore finishing in 2nd. He finished in the wrong lane though. It should have been in lane 4, but he finished in lane 5. May give the officials some problems with that. But let's see what happens. What name goes on the board?
Moving now to the last 2 girls, 100 meters.
So Reid 13.79. Rowe is 2nd, 14.24 seconds. So Reid automatically advancing through to the final. Sterling is 3rd, 14.60. So although he came over in the lane though, he won't be disqualified because he did not impede anyone once you're actually running in a straight line. So whether the back stretch or on the front stretch or heading home, once you did not impede anyone and cross over, that's okay. But never on a curve. So it's a girls class 2, 100 meters. So Cameron, Kensington in 1, Robinson, Frank Field in 2, Prendergast, Bridgeport in 3, Williams of Greater Portmore in 4, Little from Spanish Town, she is in 5, Stanbury from Frank Field in 6, Grant of St. Catherine in 7, and Chin of Wakefield is in lane 8. First of 4 heats, girls, class 2. Gunn has set them away, and out, well, it's on Spanish Town, you have Little. Greater Portmore is also in the mix. Greater Portmore Williams. And Greater Portmore Williams will take it. And on the inside of Williams, Prendergast of Bridgeport. And then you have to look for Little of Spanish Town. 13.01 seconds is the flash time. And the athletes just looking on. Williams, Prendergast, and Little all in the mix. Williams, 13.78 seconds from Greater Portmore. I think the Prendergast may have come through for 2nd from Bridgeport. Chin actually finishing 2nd from Wakefield. And Cameron, 15.95 seconds in 1. I'm thinking that's not correct though, to be honest. No, Cameron has been... No, Prendergast comes up. Now this looks better. 14.28 seconds for 3rd. Now, the second heat coming up. Palmer of Angels in 1. Campbell of Pond Side in 2. Ferguson, Portsmouth in 3. Hecker from Nagahead in 4. Raymond License in 5. Matthews of Frankfield in 6. Hyatt of New Providence in 7. And Gale of Woodland in lane 8. No athletes in 1 and 2. Gunn has set them away. And Ferguson of Portsmouth is there. And Hacker of Nagahead. But it's Raymond of License. Raymond of License sprinting away. Raymond of License. She takes it in 2nd. Should be Hacker of Nagahead. And 3rd, you have Gale of Woodlands. 13.46 seconds. This for Raymond of License taking the top spot in the 2nd of 4 heats. Raymond's time, the official time, 13.47. Gale is second, 13.69 seconds from Woodlands. And Haka finishing in third, 13.76. So the third heat, Thomas of Rousseau in 1, Drummond of Esher in 2, Howell, New Forest in 3. You have Dennis Ewerton in 4, Constable, Winard Road in 5, Mackenzie, Greater Portmore in 6, Senior License in 7, and Dennis of Mountain Side in lane 8. This is the penultimate heat. Girls Class 2, 100 meters. I have to look out for Dennis and Constable. They're in lanes 4 and 5. They're from Ewerton and Winwood Road, respectively. The penultimate heat. It's a clean start for the penultimate heat of the girls class 2, 100 meters. In lane 3, it looks like Howell of New Forest. Wow, New Forest. Howell surprises a lot. So Howell of New Forest surprises a lot, 13.81 seconds. And the favorites here was Dennis and Constable. Oh, they fell down. Cena finishing in second, 13.78 Howell. Cena is second, 13.85 seconds. Cena was in lane 7 from License, and Constable finishing in third, 14.06. Now that's a shocker. The final heat comes up. Roberts of Rousseau in 1, Brown of Mandeville in 2, Wright Homestead in 3, Constable Winwood Road in 4, James of Kensington in 5. You have Hines Knucklehead in 6, Small of Breadnut in 7, and Montague Red Hills in lane 8. Constable and James are the favorites on paper, coming with times of 13.62 and 13.68 respectively. Fourth and final heat in the girls class 2. And the gun has sent them away. Great start for Wright at Homestead. Constable of Winwood Road. Constable of Winwood Road takes full control. On the outside of Constable is James of Kensington. But Constable cruising and takes it. And James of Kensington finishing in second. And looks like Montague of Red Hills in third. 13.79 seconds for Constable of Winwood Road. Kensington's James in second, 13.91, and Montague from Red Hills third, 13.97 seconds. So the boys are coming up. Class 2 boys. Chantelope, Black River. Should have been in lane 1. Watson, middle quarters in 2. Henley Crescent in 3. Brooks of St. Catherine in 4. Ford, Time and Patience in 5. Edwards of Holy Rosary in 6. Howard Nuggerhead in 7. And Morris of Grateful in lane 8. It's a clean start for the first of 4 heats of boys class 2, 100 meters. And looks to me like St. Catherine Brooks out in front. On the outside of Brooks looks to be Edwards of Holy Rosary. So it's going to be Brooks, then Edwards of Holy Rosary. 13.37 seconds is the flash time. Brooks of St. Catherine, he takes it ahead of Holy Rosary's Edwards, who finishes in second. 13.37 still the flash time. The official time not on the board just as yet. This for Brooks of St. Catherine. Brooks time 13.38. Ford, they say, finishing in second. 13.40. So Edwards finishing in second. Pardon me, not Ford. They are correct. 13.40. Edwards was from Holy Rosary. So the second heat coming up. Ricketts of Esher in 1, and Dixon of Mountainside in 2, Gordon of Mona in 3, Duffus Bridgeport in 4, Oakley Greater Portmore in 5, you have Bennett of Kensington in 6, Barham Mandeville in 7, and Henry of Nagahead is in lane 8. Athletes on their marks. No, Barham of Mandeville should have been in lane 7. Gone has sent them away out in lane 1. Looks like Ricketts of Esher having a slight advantage. Now coming through from Mona as Gordon of Mona Heights having a slight advantage. It's going to be Gordon ahead of Ricketts. So Mona Heights Gordon takes it ahead of Ricketts of Esher, who finishes in second. The flash time is 13.59 seconds. There's for Gordon of Mona Heights. 13.62 is the official time. Ricketts is second, 13.75. He was competing in lane 1, and Duff was finishing in third, 14.04 seconds. So the third heat, Malik Brown of St. Jude's in 1. You have Kimara Lee of Mountainside in 2, Jaden Clark of Crescent in 3, Matthew White, St. Catherine in 4, Khalil Raymond of License in 5, Dylan Barrett of Brent Nutt in 6. You have Rasheen Maxwell in 7, he's from Ocherios, and Krishawn Miller from Spanish Town in lane 8. So I haven't seen much of Ocherios' team, so again, that lane is empty. That's lane 7. It's a clean start, though. Brown of St. Jude's, he's in lane 1. But now you have to look at the man from License, Raymond. Raymond going well. Alongside Raymond is White of St. Catherine. But Raymond and then White. So Raymond of License takes the head of Matthew White of St. Catherine. So Khalil Raymond of License, 13.26 seconds for Raymond. And White of St. Catherine is in second for 13.45. It was close for third. Miller coming through for third, 14.00. So the final heat in the boys class 2, 100 meters. Shaheen Edwards of Alpha in 1. You have Kaheem Johnson St. Patrick's in 2. Timothy Jones from Macaulay in 3. Jay Barnes Greater Portmore in 4. Parker of Rousseau in 5, War Jessere Paul in 6, Clark of Mandeville in 7, and Da Costa from Homestead in lane 8. Athletes on their marks. It's a clean start for the final heat in the boys class 2, 100 meters. Try to come through on the outside from Rousseau. Parker goes away from the entire field. On the inside, looks to be Greater Portmore. Barnes, but Parker gets it. 13.56 seconds. That is DeAndre Parker of Rousseau. 13.55. Barnes finishing in second. He's from Greater Portmore. 13.79. Johnson is third. 13.85 seconds. So just a reminder, though, just the top athlete or the winner of each race advances through to the final, then the next 4 by times. Girls class 1, 100 meters, the first of 4 heats coming up. So Brown of Ewerton in 1, Laws Fullerswood in 2, Wright Holy Rosary in 3, Reed of Harborview in 4, McDonald Portmorant in 5, Wilson New Providence in 6, Smith of St. Catherine in 7, and Grant of Corinaldi in lane 8. So no athlete in 4. Should have been Reed of Harborview. But it looks like Harborview Connor in lane 5. In the meantime, in lane 4, Reed, but moving well. Oh, she's all over the place, though. She's all over the place. And that is Harborview's Reed. But she started in lane 5. She went over lane 7. She came back over. Wow. I don't know what. Maybe the breeze had something to do with it. But that was messy, though, to be honest. Real messy. And that has left everyone in awe. Because maybe no one knows, unless you know the athlete specifically, where they're from. But I think, though, that was Reid. I may be incorrect. From Harborview. Second heat. Waters, Morgan, James, Samuels, Henry, Harris. You have Shaven and White. Now looking well. Looks to me from halfway tree. Samuels. So Samuels of halfway tree. She takes it. 12.97 seconds. So Samuels of halfway tree takes it. 12.97 seconds. There's an athlete who's down. I'm hoping that she's okay. And that looks to be Shaw of Angels. 12.96 seconds for Samuels. Harris is second. 13.27. So the third heat coming up. Nelson of Windward Road in 1. Ferron of Chapham in 2. Mackenzie, Time and Patience in 3. Clark of St. Patrick's in 4. Hall, Angels in 5. Ludford of St. Richard's in 6. Sutherland from Spanish Town in 7. And Levine from Jericho in lane 8. So the penultimate heat coming up. Girls class 1, 100 meters. Nelson, Ferron, Mackenzie, Clark, Hall, Ludford, Sutherland, and Levine. St. Patrick's Clark clocked 13.24 seconds in the regionals. She's in lane 4. As officials is having a word with the Class 1 athletes. So the penultimate heat in the girls class 1, 100 meters coming up. Then after the end of the 100, with the 400 meters, that will be next. We said before, they're just directing the athletes, making sure that they are not confused with the lanes coming around at the bend, meeting the lanes going on the straight. Ludford of St. Richard's. She's in lane 6. So it seems like everyone is ready. It's the penultimate heat in the girls' class 1, 100 meters. And flying out to the blacks, though, we spoke about Clark of St. Patrick's. And Clark of St. Patrick's, wow, what a performance from her. Clark of St. Patrick's and cruises down and goes over the line, though. In second, it should be Nelson of Windward Road. But Clark of St. Patrick's takes it. This is the third heat. Automatically advances through to the final. So heat 4. Wilson of middle quarters in 1. Edwards of Barracks in 2. Lewis of Mountainside in 3. Scott Rock Hall in 4. Wilby Spanish Town in 5. Davis of St. Patrick's is in 6. Alexander Ascot in 7. And Briscoe of New Providence is in lane 8. This is the final heat. Final girls 100 meters for the day. It's a clean start for the final heat, we said before. And going out is Scott of Rock Hall. Scott of Rock Hall is rocking and rolling to take this heat, the final heat. Scott takes it on the outside. It looks to me that it was close for second. And Scott, however, takes the top spot from Rock Hall. Davis of St. Patrick's was there. 12.71 seconds for Scott of Rock Hall. Davis finishing in second, 13.31. Lewis is third, 13.44. That's the end of the girls. Now it's the last 4 for the boys. So lane 1, you have Parker from Time and Patience, still first of 4 heats. Record here, Roger Ferron, 11.90, set back in 2010. Brown of George Headley is in 2. You have Jaman from Angels in 3. Finley, Spanish Town in 4. Buchanan, St. Jude's in 5. You have Tennant from Homestead in 6. Anderson, Escher in 7. And Ferron of Crescent in lane 8. Have to look out for Finley of Spanish Town. And the gun has set them off. And Finley of Spanish Town, we spoke about him. Pretty confident on the outside of Finley's Buchanan of St. Jude's. But Finley of Spanish Town cruising home. 12.88 seconds for Finley of Spanish Town. We interviewed him over by Central. He's a pretty confident lad or individual. 12.88 for Finley. Buchanan is second. 13.02 seconds. Tennant is third. 13.82. He's an overall favorite to take the gold. He won Central. Let's see what he can do here at the Nationals. So Peter from Headley in 1. This is Heat 2. Graham, Barracks Road in 2. Bingham, Greater Portmore in 3. Douglas, Halfway Tree in 4. Wilkins, Howard Cook in 5. Barrett, Nagelhead in 6. Williams, Angels in 7. And Genus, Mountainside in lane 8. So no Douglas of Halfway Tree. He should have been in lane 4. Gunn has set them away. Great start for Greater Portmore's Bingham. But on the inside, it looks to be like Graham of Barracks Road. But he is being hustled on once by Wilkins. It was close. I think, though, that Graham of Barracks Road may have come through. Barrett of Nuggerhead was also in the mix. Wilkins actually takes it. Wilkins of Howard Cook, 12.78 seconds. Genus is second, 12.84. And Graham finishing in third of Barracks Road, 13 point. Let me see it again. Let me see it again. On the placings. In terms of the top 3. Wilkins, Genus, Graham, 12.85 seconds for Graham. Wilkins, 12.78. Genus, 12.84. So the penultimate heat, boys class 1. Hall of Nagahead in 1, Gibbs of Harborview in 2, Gavin Nazareth in 3, Fenton of Spanish Town in 4, Bennett Jericho in 5, Coop of Waterford in 6, Cole of Cornally in 7, and Bartley from Greater Portmore in lane 8. This is the penultimate heat in the boys class 1, 100 meters. There's no athlete in 3 or 4. So Gavin and Fenton of Spanish Town missing in action. Wow. Bennett of Jericho is there in 5. You have to look out for him. He clocked 12.95 seconds. And the gun has sent them off. Now on the outside, it looks to me from Cornally is Cole. Cole of Cornally on the inside from Harborview is Gibbs. So Cole and Gibbs going towards the line. A blanket finish. I think the Gibbs may have gotten it ahead of Cole. So we're looking to see the placings. 11.76 seconds for Gibbs and Cole. It was extremely close between the two. It's going to be difficult for the organizers or the officials to separate both. Gibbs from Harborview was in lane 2. And Cole from Cornally was right there. So we haven't seen who has won it just yet. It's not placed just yet. So the placing's not out just as yet. So let's go to the final heat. Cole of Horizon Park in 2, Samuels of Barks Road in 3, Hencewood from Holy Rosary in 4, Shirley Kensington in 5, Turner Frank Field in 6, Perkins of Port Morant in 7, and Brown of Riverside in 8. So the gun has sent them away. Brilliant start from Holy Rosary, Hencewood. Hencewood from Holy Rosary. He goes and goes away. So Henkelwood goes and takes it. It's a final heat. 12.43 seconds for Henkelwood. Samuel second at 12.97. Shirley is third, 12.99 seconds. So that's the end of the 100 meters preliminaries. The next 100 you'll see will be all final. There'll be no final today. 30 events on the card, 26 on the track, 4 on the field. We continue our broadcast of the INSPORTS Devon Biscuit Primary National Track and Field Championships happening. This is day 1 at the National Stadium. We take a break. Advertise on our live streaming on Track Alert's social media pages, which provides the most prominent online viewership from track and field meets in Jamaica. Your products will be seen by our large audience in Jamaica, the diaspora, and across the world. Book your spot in our live stream for a very small introductory fee. Call or text us at 876-893-4157. or email anthonyfoss@gmail.com. Trackalerts.com from start to finish.
10.29 seconds for Yohan Blake. An impressive run.
Hi, my name is Shelly-Ann Fraser, Olympic and World Champion. For your latest track and field news, log on to trackalerts.com. Trackalerts.com from start to finish.
Hosting a function or event? Want it to be streamed live on Facebook, YouTube, or Zoom? iView 365 can help you. We specialize in sporting events, stage shows, funerals, concerts, conferences, church services, graduations, and many more. Call or text us at 876-893-4157 or email anthonyfoss@gmail.com. That's ANTHONYFOS@gmail.com.
Stay with Track Alerts TV by clicking the subscribe button and hit the notification bell to make sure you get all our races, interviews, and exclusive content. And don't forget to like, comment, and share.
the girls' class 1 400 meters. So now ahead, Brianna Stewart is there. So only 4 facing the starter. So lanes 3 through to 6. It's a start of the first of 4 heats. The girls' class 1 400 meters. Alves of Spanish Town gets out well. She has passed Stewart of Nagahead. But Alves moving well on the back stretch. On the outside, Foster of Carisbrook. But Alves of Spanish Town in total control with about 200 meters to go. Alves in total command of the first of 4 heats in the girls' class 1 400 meters. She's slowing up somewhat, cruising around the bend on this first heat. But still Alves with about an 8 or 9 meter lead in this first of 4 heats. On the inside of Alves is a Poria of St. Richards. She slips into that second position. Poria in second. She's gaining somewhat on Alves of Spanish Town. With 50 meters to go, here comes Poria of St. Richards. She has cut the deficit, but she won't be able to stop this young lady, Alves of Spanish Town, taking the first of 4 heats, getting an automatic spot in the final. Alves' time is 103.81 seconds. Poria is second, 104.68 seconds. Finishing in third is Stewart, 106.92. That is the top 3. And in fourth from Nagahead, well, Stewart is from Nagahead, pardon me. And in fourth, from Carisbrook, is Foster, the time of 106.96 seconds. So the second heat will be coming up. Lands of St. Catherine in 1 had a time of 1 minute 10.10 seconds. Robinson Ascot in 2, 1 minute 12.32. Williams of Mandeville in 3, 106.40. Gobe St. Richards in 4, 104.10. Brown of Brompton in 5, 105.70. Samuels of Black River in 6, 107.80. Green of License in 7, 109.50. And Coke of Half a Tree in 8, 108.20 seconds. So the athletes are coming on the track for the second of 4 heats in the girls' class 1 400 meters. 59.27 seconds is the record held by Antoinette Knight. That was done back in 2009. Knight now does the 400 meters hurdles. Went to Veer Technical and went to San Diego. Competed at the boys and girls track and field championships. Has done, finished her degree, finished university. She's now competing on the professional ranks. Ran recently in Bermuda last weekend, where she clocked 54 seconds to win that 400 meters hurdles. Has had some mishaps in her career at the national championships when she was coming around into the home stretch in the top position and hit the hurdle, fell over. So she has the records by 2009. So 7 facing the starter. For the second of 4 heat, girls class 1, 400 meters. Athletes been asked to go on their marks. Lance, Robinson, Goubet, Brown, Samuels, Chen, and Coke. Have to look for Goubet of St. Richard's. She is in lane 4. She's full red. Goubet goes out strong. Has covered Brown of Brompton on her outside. Gone past Brown for the first 100 meters. Samuels of Black River settles well. Also there, you have Green of License. But Samuels of Black River now goes by Green and Coke. They're in lane 7 and 8. Samuels, who settles in lane 6 of Black River, having a major advantage though. But Goubet of St. Richard's, based on the stagger, slipped into that second position. So Samuels of Black River with 130 meters to go, having a slight advantage. Goubet is still moving easy on the inside. But Samuels, she represents Black River, having a slight advantage coming off the bend. But there goes a young lady from St. Richard's, Goubet. And she goes away from the crowd. Goubet from St. Richard's slipping into that second position is Brown of Brompton. But Goubet stops the clock at 105.02. Brown of Brompton is second. Goubet's time is 105.05. That is the official time. Brown is second, 106.30 seconds. And Green finishes third, 107.84. So well-timed race from Goubet of St. Richard's. Went out well though, went out strong. Then held her own on the back stretch. Was not perturbed by the movement by Black River Samuels, and then when she came into the home stretch, she went into another gear, gaining an automatic spot in that final in the girls class 1 400 meters. So the penultimate heat coming up: Barrett of Lawrence Tavern in 1, Robinson Polyground in 2, Morris Carisbrook in 3, Adlam Harbour View, she's in 4, Effacy of Yallas in 5, Newland Greater Portmore in 6, Harvey from Mountainside in 7, and Brown of Spanish Town is in lane 8. Full field for this penultimate heat in the girls class 1 400 meters. Have to look out for Adlam from Harbour View. Jada is her first name. She's in lane 4. Also in the mix will be Morris of Carisbrook in 3, in the full green and full blue on her outside in 5. From Yallas will be Facey. Facey had a time of 105 entering this final of the national championships, sponsored by Devon Biscuit. It's the start of the penultimate heat of the girls class 1 400 meters, and already Adler makes her move and surpasses Facey of Yallas. On the outside, Facey not allowing her to go too far, and Facey goes by Newland of Greater Portmore. On the inside, looks to me like Morris of Carisbrook. She's in full green, and she goes out extremely strong on the back stretch. She had a time of 106.50 seconds to qualify for the final. Now, no one seems to be bothered by her movement at all. With 150 meters to go, it's a young lady from Carisbrook, Morris, with a slight advantage, heading into the home stretch with a major advantage now. So still Carisbrook, Morris out in front with about a 10 or 15 meter lead. Morris made her move the right time, and she's maintaining the lead. She looks left, she looks right. She's feeling the presence of the other athletes. Now Harbour View's Adlam has slipped now into second, and no, she doesn't finish in second. Adlam finishes in third, as Facey of Yallas in second, but it will be Morris of Carisbrook who takes it, 105.73 seconds. Facey of Yallas in second, 106.78, and Adlam of Harbour View in third, 106.84 seconds. The penultimate heat in the girls' class 1, 400 meters. So the final heat coming up. McLean of Windward Road in 1, Barrett St. Patrick's in 2, Mitchell of Greater Portmore in 3, Brian Dalvey in 4, Pottinger Howard Cook in 5, Nemhard from Swallowfield in 6, Peku from Yallas in 7, and Fairweather Halfway Tree in lane 8. That's the fourth and final heat in the girls' class 1, 400 meters. There are some athletes on the track, though. They have to clear the track, make sure the athletes are okay before the other athletes are taken out. INSPORTS Devon Biscuit National Primary Track and Feeder Championships had a late start this morning, not necessarily major, but about 20 minutes or so. They have, as I said before, what they would have done, caught up on the time. They're doing just that with the 400 meters. After the 400 meters for class 1 girls, it will be the 400 meters class 1 boys. Then it will go to class 2 300 for boys and girls. It's a full field for this final heat. And in 4, Dalvey, Brian from Dalvey. In 5, Pottinger, Howard Cook, in that red. So you have to look out for those two, though. 4 and 5 coming in with time of 104.90. Going to be Brian of Dalvey in full blue, or Pottinger Howard Cook in full red. A walk start this for Pottinger of Howard Cook in lane 5. And now Brian of Dalvey has gone right by her. Don't know if something is happening there. But on the outside, though, Peku of Yallas also in the mix. Nemhard from Swallowfield has the lead. So Nemhard from Swallowfield, she sits in lane 6 in full red. With 200 meters to go, has a slight advantage. So the young lady Nemhard slowing up somewhat with 150 meters to go. Still having a slight advantage heading into the home stretch. Coming around the bend in lane 4, it is Bran of Dalvey. So Bran of Dalvey now goes in front. Now on the outside, it's Nemhard of Swallowfield. Brian of Dalvey, she came into this event with a time of 104. And she maintains that form because she goes across the line, stops the clock, 104.53 seconds. This for this young lady from Dalvey. Brian takes the top spot. Coming through for second was close between Mitchell and Nemhard. So Mitchell gets it, 107.18 seconds from Greater Portmore. And Pottinger came through for third, 107.27 seconds. I know that Nemhard slowed up somewhat. So the boys are going on the track. And we see now. So let's go to the boys. So lane assignments for the first. Lane 6 is missing in action. So Barrett of Cornali in 1, Gordon of Esher in 2, Brady, Mona Heights in 3, Campbell of St. Catherine in 4, the favorite. You have Noble from Nagahead in 5, Glenn of Lawrence Tavern in 7, and McCoy, Greater Portmore in 8. You have to look out for St. Catherine's Campbell. And Campbell in the light blue on the backstretch. And he has gone by Nagahead's Noble. Now Campbell, liking his stride, he's cruising on this Thursday afternoon. Started this morning though, on the first of 3 days, but Campbell with about 160 meters to go. Campbell, based on the stagger, will carry the field in the home stretch. The young man from St. Catherine, who clocked 58.63 seconds, is cruising around the bend. He is Campbell from St. Catherine. Has a lot of time on his hands. Now he's picked up the speed somewhat. He went on the 1 minute at GC Foster College. What will he clock today in the preliminaries? He goes on the 1 minute again. 59.66 seconds for Campbell of St. Catherine. Kaim Campbell coming through. 59.68 seconds for Campbell. Noble is second, 102.24. And in third is Brady, 102.43. So the first heat completed. Hemmings of Red Hills in 1. This is heat 2 coming up of 4. Boys class 1, 400 meters. Gillespie, Angels in 2. Hudson Pembroke Hall in 3. Thomas of Spanish Town in 4. Dave Dawkins of Time and Patience in 5. Priestley Greater Portmore in 6. Francis Brompton in 7. And Morris of St. Catherine should be in lane 8. Don't see any Gillespie from Angels. But Thomas of Spanish Town is the form athlete in this event. Had a time of 59.29 seconds. He's in lane 4. Full blue with the red trimmings on the vest. So now Gillespie in 2. It's the start of heat number 2 of 4, the boys class 1, 400 meters. Morris of St. Catherine, he's in lane 8, gets out strong. Greater Portmore's Priestley seems like he's after him. Now the move has been made by the favorite Thomas in the middle of the track. He's in the blue with the red trimmings. He is moving well from Spanish Town. So Spanish Town, Thomas has gained on Priestley of Greater Portmore in the yellow vest on the outside with about 200 meters to go. Morris of St. Catherine in the light blue in lane 8 is now being caught by the favorite Thomas. Thomas now will carry the field in the home stretch. He looks strong, Thomas. He has upped the ante somewhat. He has put on another gear and another. He's heading into the home stretch, facing the wind. The young man from Spanish Town, Thomas, clocked 59 seconds in St. Catherine. Can he do it at the National Stadium? The clock has stopped at 53, but we won't know the time just yet. But we know the winner in Thomas, taking it ahead of Hudson of Pembroke Hall, finishes in second. Thomas time 59.32 seconds. Hudson is second, 101.80, and Hemmings third, 103.00. So the penultimate heat of the boys class 1 400 meters on the cards. Thompson of Dunrobin, he's in 1. Morgan of Howard Cook in 2. Gordon of Angels in 3. In 5, Edwards of Barks Road. Hall of Nagahead is in 6. Lee of John Mills in 7. And Valentine of Harbour View is in lane 8. So going out, great up from the penultimate heat, looks to be Angels Gordon. Gordon in the white vest goes out strong on the back stretch. And going on the outside, looks to be from Nagahead. Hall is in the mix. Hall of Nagahead in that red vest, hitting the 200 meters mark, looks pretty confident. But on the inside, from Angels, is Gordon in the white vest. So, from Barks Road is Edwards. But now the move is being made by the man we spoke about earlier on, the man in Angels vest, Gordon. Hits the front like a runaway train, but on the outside of Gordon is Edwards of Barks Road. Edwards of Barks Road is surprising everyone. And he had the lead somewhat, then slowed down, then went again. 59.01 seconds for this young man, Edwards of Barks Road. And he looks pretty strong. 59.01 is the official time for Edwards. Gordon is second, 1 minute 00.33 seconds. That will put him through to the final in terms of time. And Hall finishes in third, 101.25 seconds. Edwards gets the win and also a spot in the final, 59.01. Impressive time from Edwards. So the final heat coming up, the boys class 1 400 meters. Green of Halfway Tree in 1. Gordon George Headley in 3. Cunningham from Windward Road in 4. Donalds of St. Jude's in 5. Spalding of Harbour View, he is in 6. Maxwell St. Patrick's in 7. And McIntosh Barks Road is in lane 8. You have to look out for Cunningham in lane 4 at 59.43 seconds in the eastern run over by Stadium East. And the gun has sent them away, going out strong. McIntosh of Barracks Road. On the outside, going well also Donalds of St. Jude's. He's in 5 in the yellow vest. Cunningham of Windward Road also there, settling well on the backstretch. Cunningham, he tends to walk the first 200 meters, then let it go. But he has upped the ante somewhat, upped the pace somewhat. The young man from Windward Road, Cunningham, in the light blue, with about 180 meters to go. Now he makes his move. He clocked 59 seconds in the eastern run, and I was impressed with his performance. Then he continues with this impressive performance as he comes around in that top position. Windward Road's Cunningham out in front. On the outside of Cunningham is Donalds of St. Jude's. Here comes Donalds of St. Jude's. Windward Road's Cunningham with the chin up in the air facing the breeze. It's Cunningham ahead, 1 minute 00.34 seconds ahead of Donalds of St. Jude's. 1:00.34 for Windward Road's Cunningham. 1:00.35 is official time. Donalds is second of St. Jude's. 1 minute 00.96, and Gordon is third. 101.40 seconds. First, second, and third in the final 400 meters on the day. This is day 1 of 3. Advertise on our live streaming on Track Alert's social media pages, which provides the most prominent online viewership from track and field meets in Jamaica. Your products will be seen by our large audience in Jamaica, the diaspora, and across the world. Book your spot in our live stream for a very small introductory fee. Call or text us at 876-893-4157 or email anthonyfoss@gmail.com.
Blake
Trackalerts.com
commanded
from
this
start
race.
to finish.
10.29 seconds for Yohan Blake. An impressive run.
Hi, my name is Shelly-Ann Fraser, Olympic and World Champion. For your latest track and field news, log on to trackalerts.com. Trackalerts.com from start to finish.
Hosting a function or event? Want it to be streamed live on Facebook, YouTube, or Zoom? iView 365 can help you. We specialize in sporting events, stage shows, funerals, concerts, conferences, church services, graduations, and many more. Call or text us at 876-893-4157 or email anthonyfoss@gmail.com. That's ANTHONYFOS@gmail.com.
Stay with Track Alerts TV by clicking the subscribe button and hit the notification bell to make sure you get all our races, interviews, and exclusive content. And don't forget to like, comment, and share.
It's better together. Tastes amazing. This crazy combo make you want the great things. Cookie meat the chocolate. Can't live without it. 100% goodness, me want it. Devon digestive. Rich chocolate with cookie crunchness.
Cookie beats chocolate in Devon Chocolate Digestive. Better because it's both.
INSPORTS Devon Biscuit's Primary Schools Athletic Series is back and hotter than ever. May 4 to 6, Stadium East comes to life as Eastern teams battle for supremacy. May 8 to 10, Central teams take center stage at GC Foster College. May 11 to 13, we go west at Stets. And then the grand final, May 25 to 27, the National Junior Athletics Championships at the National Stadium. The INSPORTS Devon Biscuit's Primary Schools Athletic Series, pride, passion, determination, success. Sponsored by
First heat of the girls class 2, 300 meters. Spence of Black River is in 1. Richards Wakefield in 2. McDonald Howard Cook in 3. In Allen of License in 4. Williams Golden Grove in 5. You have Temple from St. Aloysius in 6. Dawkins Homestead in 7. And Dennis of Mountainside in lane 8. You have to look out for License Allen at a time of 45.52 seconds. She is in lane 4. And she carries a field in the home stretch. Allen of License with a major advantage though as she streaks away. It's from Williams of Golden Spring. Allen of License with a commanding lead with about 30 meters to go, and she's upping the pace somewhat. Allen of License, she takes it, stops the clock at 45.21 seconds. Coming through 4 seconds, McDonald of Howard Cook, and third, Williams of Golden Grove. 45.25 seconds for Allen. And I think, though, that McDonald came through for second. Yes, she did. 46.83 seconds. And Temple third, 47.96. So the second heat of the girls class 2, 300 meters. Phillips of Rousseau in 1 at a time 49.74 seconds. Sinclair of Carisbrook in 2, 50.98. By Grave Rock Hall in 3, 47.31. The favorite Lee of Seaforth in 4, 45.54. Then you have Wilson, Mona, 46.60. Moncrief, Windward Road, 47.88. Salmon of St. Patrick's, 49.16. And Spence of Black River, 48.61 seconds. We said before, well, this lady from Seaforth, Lee, 45.54 seconds. She's in lane 4. That was her time heading into this final. This young lady, Lee from Seaforth, cruising around the bend. Out in lane 6 is Moncrief of Windward Road. That is the top two. Moncrief having the lead over Lee with about 50 meters to go. Moncrief with about a 2-meter lead over Lee on the inside. Moncrief had a time of 47.88 seconds in the qualifiers. She takes it 44.88 seconds for Moncrief of Windward Road. That's a huge drop than the 47 seconds she did at Stadium East. 44.88 seconds for Moncrief of Windward Road. Lee of Seaforth is second. Moncrief 44.89. Lee is second, 45.26. And Salmon third, 46.36 seconds. So this is a penultimate heat. Nelson of Kensington in 1. Brown of Esher in 2. Martin halfway 3 in 3. Watson license in 4. Seeley Greater Portmore in 5. Bennett Rousseau in 6. Edwards Bridgeport in 7. Anderson from Spanish Town is in lane 8. Greater Portmore, Seeley is there. License. Watson also in the mix. So cruising around the bend though. It's me from license. Watson. She's in lane 4. And did I say cruise though? There's nothing cruising about that. License Watson in total command. Watson of license on the outside from Greater Portmore is Seeley. But Watson with about 50 meters to go, slowing up somewhat. And Greater Portmore Seeley wanting to cut the deficit. But want and get is two different things, because that's not happening. Because the young lady from license Watson, she takes it 46.25 seconds. This for Watson of license. Although the board has Martin, what is Watson of license, and Martin plays third. So the board having it incorrectly. Hopefully they'll correct that going forward. So let's go now for the final heat. Coming up. And Taylor from Harborview 1, Small, Brompton in 2, Moore, St. Catherine, Crary, Palmer. You have Lays and Dubidam coming around. So it's a girls class 2, 300 meters. Dubidad, she is in 8. Van Horn is in 7. So it's a 300 meters. And cruising around in lane 4 looks to be Crary of John Mills. Crary of John Mills on the outside is Palmer of Greater Portmore. But Crary of John Mills is not having it. She's not going to stay beside her. She now moves away from this young lady of Greater Portmore. It's Crary of John Mills who will take it and goes across the line, stops the clock, 46.65 seconds. That is the flash time for Crary of John Mills, pardon me, and Palmer is second, 48.10. Challenge time for the boys. 300 meters, class 2. And the gun has sent them away. Bowen in 2, Thompson in 3, Williams in 4, Miller 5, Fernando in 6, Gentle 7, and Fraser in lane 8. Naggerheads. Williams looks pretty good though, looks pretty confident. In 4, had a time of 41.71 seconds. Strong individual, comes around in lane 4 in the full red. Williams of Naggerhead in a commanding roll with about 80 meters to go. He's extending his lead though. He had a 10-meter lead before. Now 10 has turned into 15 and pouring home. So this young man is in class 2. The record here is 41.81 seconds. Will not be challenged somewhat. He goes across the line. From Naggerhead, Williams takes it and advances through to the final automatically. Record 41.81 seconds, done back in 2011. Done by Christopher Taylor, who went on to Calabar. So heat number 2 is on track. No athlete in 1. So Davis of Barks in 2. Lawson, middle quarters 3. Glaves, Red Hills in 4. Williams of St. Catherine 5. You have Marsden, St. Richards in 6. Williams of Ewaton in 7. And McLaughlin from License in lane 8. So Red Hills, Glaves goes out and goes out hard. He had a time of 42.53 seconds though. And look at him go. Glaves of Red Hills. He's all alone. Running non-stop, cruising around the bend. Did I say cruise? Wrong term to use though. He's pouring around the bend. Heading home with a 20-meter lead. Not 30, pardon me. But now he's going even faster to extend it to a 30-meter lead. So Glaves of Red Hills, he takes it. Wow, what a run. The clock stopped at 41.02 though, way before he went across the line. 42.47 seconds for Glaves. Wow, it's going close to the record. I think he went for the record. He's from Red Hills. That is a talent. Now the penultimate heat. Paul of New Forest in 1. Gardner Cornaldi in 2. Williams of Mona Heights in 3. Gale of License in 4. Miller of Spanish Town in 5. Beckford of Howard Cook in 6. Taylor, Naggerhead in 7. And Creary, Swallowfield in lane 8. The penultimate heat in the boys class 2 300-meter run. Full field for this heat. So the gun has sent them away. Great start. This for the man in lane 4. That's Gale of License. Gale of License has covered on his outside Miller, Beckford, and Taylor. This was Spanish Town, Howard Cook, and Naggerhead, respectively. He has now gained on Creary of Swallowfield, who was in lane 8, or is in lane 8, as he comes around the bend. The man from License, Gale, cruises around and is heading home. Not too far, though, behind from Spanish Town is Miller. But it's all about this young man from License. Gale stops the clock. When the clock stopped at 42.56 seconds, that is a flash time, but it will be increased. 42.56 is a flash time for License. Gale. 43.96 seconds for Gale of License. He advances to the final automatically. Creary is second, 44.86 seconds. And Miller is third, 45.24. Well, the gun has sent off the final heat. Williams of Brompton is there. Greg, Davy, Waugh, Mirage, Smith, Williams, and Brian. You have to look out in lane 4 for Aaron Waugh of Jessere Paul. On the outside, Brian of Lawrence Tavern. He is in lane 8, though, cruising around the bend. And the man from Lawrence Tavern, Brian, has a slight advantage. In lane 5, Mirage of Portsmouth. Mirage of Portsmouth is in lane 5, but on the inside, coming from Spanish Town, is Davy. Davy gaining on Mirage. Mirage of Portsmouth holding off Davy. It's going to be Mirage, though, gets the better of Davy. As a favorite from Jessere Paul, War did not make the event. So 45.94 seconds for Mirage of Portsmouth. Second is Davy from Spanish Town. 46.14 for Davy. Mirage, 45.99 seconds. And the favorite War was missing in action in that event. That brings a closure to the 300 meters, Class 2 boys and girls. The next event on the track with the 800 meter sprint medley relay. Welcome back to the National Stadium for the INSPORTS Devon Biscuits National Primary School Championships, the 2023 edition. And now, after post-luncheon session, we're back on the track with the 800 meters medley open girls. So the first leg is a 100, second leg is a 100, third leg is a 200 meters, and the fourth is a 400 meter leg. So the first of 4 heats, Red Hills in 2 had a qualifying time of 2 minutes 31.00 seconds. Esher in 3, 2:16.10. Spanish Town there in 4 with a time of 2:05.71 seconds. Rousseau there in 5, 2:15.64. St. John's in lane 6, 2:23.00 was their qualifying time. New Forest in 7 had a time of 2:30.14. And in 8, you have Lawrence Tavern, 2:23.60 seconds. Have to look out for Spanish Town in 4 and Rousseau in lane 5. Blue top, red tights for Spanish Town. Rousseau, full red. There's 5. In 3, Esher. Red and black. I've seen some good performances so far on this morning. The 400, the 300, the 60 meters, the 100 meters. On the cards, 4x2 also in the mix. This is the opening day of the 3-day 2023 championship. Athletes been asked to go on their marks. Red Hills 2, Esher 3, Spanish Town 4, Rousseau 5, St. John 6, New Forest 7, and Lawrence Tavern in lane 8. Spanish Town gets out well on the outside of Spanish Town is Rousseau. We talk about Rousseau. Now Spanish Town has gone into another gear. They're in the blue top. So Spanish Town, based on the stagger, they have a country mile lead, you may say, on the second leg. On the outside of Spanish Town is St. John's. They hand over the baton in the second position. In third looks to be Lawrence Tavern. But Spanish Town on this third leg, which is at 200 meters, coming around the bend. In total control, Spanish Town. On the outside of Spanish Town looks to be Rousseau. Rousseau coming in the mix. Rousseau coming back in the mix, I should say, in lane 5. Also there, St. John's. So Spanish Town hand over the baton in the top position of the 400 meters. And then you have St. John's, then Rousseau. On the inside, though, Esher. That is the top 4. But the team called Spanish Town, who had a qualifying time of 2 minutes 05.71 seconds to advance to the national championship. They're in total control. They are in second with 250 meters to go. St. John's in the mix. Rousseau also there. And Esher. So with about 160 meters to go, still Spanish Town with a commanding lead. And that commanding lead happened from the second leg. And I call it a country mile lead. Still in cruise control with 70 meters to go to close out the first of 4 heats. So Spanish Town, Esher has moved into second, but Spanish Town will go across the line in a smart time of 2:06.64 seconds. And in Second is Esha. And coming through for third looks to be Rousseau. But Spanish Town, brilliant performance from them to take the first heat in the girls' sprint medley open. 206.64 seconds for Spanish Town. They ran a faster time of 205.71, which is a record at their regions in St. Catherine, the central region. He too should showcase St. Aloysius, who qualify with a time of 2 minutes 35.10 seconds. Nagahead there in 3. The time of 2:16.10 was their qualifying time. In 4, License, 2:06.34 seconds. In 5, Coronaldi, 2:15.38 seconds. In lane 6, Howard Cook, 2:20. This 0.03 seconds. And in lane 7, St. Jude's, 2:29.19 seconds. 6 teams in this heat, the second of 4 heats. St. Aloysius in 2, Nagahead in 3, License in 4, Full Blue License, Coronaldi in the pink top in 5, and Howard Cook represents red in 6, while St. Jude's gold and green. So I'm getting ready for now the second heat of 4. Well, the record was set last year. 2:06.71. Spanish Town, they've gone faster in their region. 2:05.71. Top contender, License, the Eastern champions. Let's see what they can do on the day. They're in lane 4. Nagahead is in 3. A reminder, the first leg is a 100 meters, second leg 100, the third leg 200, and the fourth leg is a quarter mile, 400 meters. St. Jude's on this opening leg gets out well. So too License though. A License, they have covered Coronaldi and also Howard Cook. And not the greatest exchange this for the License team. I'm looking on the official, no flag going up. No, so they're quite okay. So License, Coronaldi on the outside, we're moving well on the inside. It's Nagahead caught in the deficit. No, on this penultimate leg, Nagahead on the inside. And however, the team called License, the team from east of Jamaica, License, moving away. This from Nagahead on the inside. So License in full blue, blossoming and blooming on this penultimate leg. Nagahead there in second. Coronaldi in third in that pink top. I don't know if that's pink though, to be honest. Maybe you can tell me the color. So the final leg, final exchange. All about the License. Nagahead second. Coronaldi is in third. That is the top 3. With 300 meters to go to close out the second heat of 4 in the girls' sprint medley open. The winner automatically advances through to the final. However, the next 4 will be by times. So cruising around the bend, License, they had a time of 2 minutes, 06.34 seconds. That was done in Windy Stadium East. It's not so windy now in the National Stadium, and maybe that they can produce a better time or faster time. Don't know if that will happen on the day, though. I don't think it will happen. With about 60 meters to go, License, and the clock now go in to 2 minutes. Cruising home, though, License. And we see a gentleman again. Whenever License come across the line, there's a gentleman who runs down the passageway with the horn. He celebrates all of the licensed athletes. In second, Nagahead. And in third, Coronaldi. 2 minutes 06 on the clock. 2:06 on the clock again from License did 2:06 in the Eastern region and 2:06 again on the clock. Naga hits time 2 minutes 14. And in third, Carnally, Howard Cook, 2:14. I'll give it to Howard Cook. I thought that was Carnally though. And Carnally finishing in fifth. So the next heat coming up. The third, the penultimate heat of the girls' 800-meter sprint medley relay. Time and patience in one had a time of 2 minutes 45.40. That was their qualifying time to the nationals. Greater Portmore, they're in lane 2, 2:23.90 seconds. In 3, Windward Road, 2:17.03 seconds. In 4, Portsmouth, 2:07.33. In 5, you have Homestead, 2:13.67 seconds. That was their qualifying time to this nationals. Homestead, 2:13.67. I said it before. Now, St. Richards in 6, 2:17.97. Parks Road in 7, 2:28.54. And New Day Primer in 8, 2:25.50 seconds. Looking through who has not made Barks Road and New Day. Missing in action. The Time and Patience in blue. Greater Portmore in the original gold with brown sash. Windward Road also in blue, light blue. Then 3, Portsmouth in red and white in 4. And Homestead in 5. And in lane 6 is St. Richards in their formidable red. The penultimate heat of the girls' 800-meter sprint medley relay open. First leg 100, second leg 100, third leg 200, and the final leg is a 400-meter leg. I've seen 2 winners so far. Spanish Town taking heat 1. License taking heat 2. Who will come out victors and take this heat? Portsmouth are the favorites. They clocked 2:07 in the central region. It's a clean start or open start for the girls. This is 800-meter sprint medley relay. Going extremely hard. Homestead, they've gone past St. Richards on this opening leg. Homestead in the golden top though, but now here comes the team called Portsmouth. I said before, they are the favorites on the second leg in the 100 meters. Portsmouth gaining on Portsmouth is Windward Road. So it is Windward Road handing over the baton in the top position. In second, it's Portsmouth. Portsmouth now moving away or trying to move away from Windward Road. Portsmouth in full red and white. Windward Road in the light blue. Lane 3 and 4. That's the top 2. Windward Road with a slight advantage on this penultimate leg. Portsmouth coming back on the forward. I said coming back. Now they've gone past Windward Road. See that Windward Road have hit a wall on the inside. Coming through is Greater Portmore. So it's Portsmouth, Greater Portmore, and Windward Road. Homestead also in the mix. And St. Richards. And then Time and Patience at the back of the pack. So going back to Portsmouth, out in front, had a time of 2:07.33 seconds. In second, moving well, Greater Portmore. Can I move? So Homestead is in third. Greater Portmore in second. So that is the top 3. Portsmouth, Greater Portmore, and Homestead. With 150 meters to go. Portsmouth maintaining a 5-meter lead over Greater Portmore, who is in second. 3 meters behind Greater Portmore is Homestead. Homestead now moving, trying to go into that second position. So, Portsmouth, they've moved away from the duo behind of Greater Portmore and Homestead. So it's Portsmouth all alone as they head towards the line. It's Portsmouth who will take it. 2:05.73 seconds. An improved time than what they did at the Central Region, where they did 2:07. Now Portsmouth going even faster today with a 2:05.73 seconds clocking. However, that's a flash time. The original time, 2:05 on the clock. But there's something wrong with the clock though. When it gets small, the screen is blocking, so you can't see the other numbers. All you see is 2:05. And then for Greater Portmore, 2:06. And for Homestead, 2:11. The final heat coming up on the girls' side. Sprint medley open. 800 meters to be exact. There's a gentleman there on your screen who is from Short Time Medical. Just looking on the athlete, two athletes who fell on the track, being assisted by the gentleman. I could have sworn I saw him over by GC Foster College when they had the sponsors race. And he ran 60 meters. Was impressive at the start. Or should I say was impressive before the race started. Was not so impressive when it started actually. When the gun went off. But he looked purposeful before the start. Like he meant business. In the meantime, we go back to the track. In 3, you have Mona Heights in their former evergreen. In 5, Harbour View. In 6, St. Patrick's. In 7, Jericho. And in lane 8, you have Kensington. So 5 facing the starter in the final heat. The girls' 800 meter sprint medley open. You have seen Portsmouth, License, and Spanish Town winning their respective heats, advancing through to the final. Only a winner gains an automatic spot. The next 4 will be decided by times. Athletes going on their marks. Impressive performances so far from the 3 teams. Spanish Town, Heat 1 winner. License, Heat 2 winner. And Portsmouth, Heat 3 winner. Now we're down to Heat 4, the final. Heat in the girls open, 800 meter sprint medley. And going on strong, Kensington there in lane 8. Also moving well, St. Patrick's is there. On the outside of Harbour View, St. Patrick's handed over the baton in that top spot. Completion of the first leg, which is at 100 meters. St. Patrick's there, moving well. And Harbour View also in the mix. Harbour View not on this leg though, not doing too well at all. St. Patrick's, based on the stagger, having the advantage. They'll carry the field on the front stretch. Harbour View have a lot of work to do. They're on the inside. Cruising around the bend. St. Patrick's. But here comes Harbour View, cutting the deficit. And St. Patrick's, for the final exchange, they're in the lead by about 3.5 meters. The St. Patrick's first. Harbour View second. And in third, Kensington. We're out in lane 8. And in fourth, like Mona. Top 4. So St. Patrick's moving away from Harbour View on this final leg, the 400 meters. She looks strong with about 250 meters to go as they pass the entrance of the marathon tunnel, extending her lead over Harbour View. The athlete from Harbour View looks quite comfortable in that second position. So moving back to the top, Kensington there in third, Mona Heights then fourth. So St. Patrick's coming around the bend with a gigantic lead over Harbour View. In second, St. Patrick's with a time of 2:17.93 seconds. That was their time. I think there'll be an improved performance. You would think it's going to be an improved performance from St. Patrick's. Harbour View will finish in second. And it'll be a tussle for third. Some of you coming through 2:11.09 seconds for St. Patrick's. And I think Kensington sneaked through for third. Kensington, head of Jericho. St. Patrick's time, 2:11. Harborview is second, 2:16. Kensington third, 2:20. That's the top three. The girls, 800 meter sprint medley. The boys are next to come in this INSPORTS Devon Biscuit National Primary Track and Field Championships. As we said before, it's no time for the boys. The first heat, Solar Field in 1, Jericho in 2, Nuggerhead they're in 3. In 4, you have Greater Portmore. In 5, New Day. In 6, Mountainside. 7, Windward Road. And 8, St. Richards. Half to the code for Gregory. Greater Portmore in 4. They start well, Greater Portmore. On the outside, you have New Day. That is in the top 2. And wow. New Day with a blistering opening leg. It's a New Day in full green. On the inside, Greater Portmore coming back into the fold. But New Day holding off Greater Portmore. But they have cut the deficit somewhat on this second leg. New Day and Greater Portmore. That is the top 2. New Day in the green, Greater Portmore in the gold. They're on the inside. New Day on the outside. That is the top 2. So New Day moving away from Greater Portmore in this 200 meters leg. But here comes Greater Portmore once again. New Day on the outside, Greater Portmore on the inside. Nuggerhead coming into the fold. So New Day, Greater Portmore, Nuggerhead, that is the top 3. The final leg is the 400 meters. However, the athlete from Nuggerhead went on hard, then cut the deficit, cut the speed somewhat. Greater Portmore and New Day, shoulder to shoulder on the backstretch, or almost shoulder to shoulder. He's trailing New Day somewhat, the ankle leg runner from Greater Portmore. New Day still in that top spot, but Greater Portmore is allowing the athlete from New Day to move away from him. With 200 meters to go, New Day in full green, full blossom, trying to take the seat, trying to gain an automatic spot into the final. Is the boys 800 meter sprint medley open. Here comes now, once again, here comes Nuggerhead. Nuggerhead and the Greater Portmore. New Day now goes into another gear, realizing that Greater Portmore is coming. Greater Portmore and the New Day, he goes on the outside. Greater Portmore, New Day looks to his left, was looking for Nuggerhead, but Greater Portmore takes it. 2:01.70 seconds for Greater Portmore. New Day in second. Nuggerhead in third. Greater Portmore 2:01 on the clock. New Day second 2:02 and Nuggerhead third 2:05.
It's better together. Tastes amazing. This crazy combo make you want the great things. Cookie meat the chocolate, can't live without it. 100% goodness, me want it. Devon digestive. Rich chocolate with cookie crunchness.
Cookie beats chocolate in Devon Chocolate Digestive. Better because it's both.
Advertise on our live streaming on Track Alert's social media pages, which provides the most prominent online viewership from track and field meets in Jamaica. Your products will be seen by our large audience in Jamaica, the diaspora, and across the world. Book your spot in our live stream for a very small introductory fee. Call or text us at 876-893-4157. or email anthonyfoss@gmail.com. Trackalerts.com from start to finish.
10.29 seconds for Yohan Blake. An impressive run.
Hi, my name is Shelly-Ann Fraser, Olympic and World Champion. For your latest track and field news, log on to trackalerts.com. Trackalerts.com from start to finish.
Hosting a function or event? Want it to be streamed live on Facebook, YouTube, or Zoom? iView 365 can help you. We specialize in sporting events, stage shows, funerals, concerts, conferences, church services, graduations, and many more. Call or text us at 876-893-4157 or email anthonyfoss@gmail.com. That's ANTHONYFOS@gmail.com.
Stay with Track Alerts TV by clicking the subscribe button and hit the notification bell to make sure you get all our races, interviews, and exclusive content. And don't forget to like, comment, and share.
The INSPORTS Devon Biscuit's Primary Schools Athletic Series is back and hotter than ever. May 4 to 6, Stadium East comes to life as Eastern teams battle for supremacy. May 8 to 10, Central teams take center stage at GC Foster College. May 11 to 13, we go west at Stets. And then the grand final, May 25 to 27, the National Junior Athletics Championships at the National Stadium. The INSPORTS Devon Biscuit's Primary Schools Athletic Series, pride, passion, determination, success. Sponsored by...
It's better together. Tastes amazing. This crazy combo make you want the great things. Cookie meat the chocolate, can't live without it. 100% goodness, me want it. Devon digestive. Rich chocolate with cookie crunchness.
Cookie beats chocolate in Devon Chocolate Digestive. Better because it's both.
Advertise on our live streaming on Track Alert's social media pages, which provides the most prominent online viewership from track and field meets in Jamaica. Your products will be seen by our large audience in Jamaica, the diaspora, and across the world. Book your spot in our live stream for a very small introductory fee. Call or text us at 876-893-4157. or email anthonyfoss@gmail.com. Trackalerts.com from start to finish.
10.29 seconds for Yohan Blake. An impressive run.
Hi, my name is Shelly-Ann Fraser, Olympic and World Champion. For your latest track and field news, log on to trackalerts.com. Trackalerts.com from start to finish.
Hosting a function or event? Want it to be streamed live on Facebook, YouTube, or Zoom? iView 365 can help you. We specialize in sporting events, stage shows, funerals, concerts, conferences, church services, graduations, and many more. Call or text us at 876-893-4157 or email anthonyfoss@gmail.com. That's ANTHONYFOS@gmail.com.
Stay with Track Alerts TV by clicking the subscribe button and hit the notification bell to make sure you get all our races, interviews, and exclusive content. And don't forget to like, comment, and share.
The INSPORTS Devon Biscuits Primary Schools Athletic Series is back and hotter than ever. May 4 to 6, Stadium East comes to life as Eastern teams battle for supremacy. May 8 to 10, Central teams take center stage at GC Foster College. May 11 to 13, we go west at Stets. And then the grand final, May 25 to 27, the National Junior Athletics Championships at the National Stadium. The INSPORTS Devon Biscuits Primary Schools Athletic Series, pride, passion, determination, success. Sponsored by...
It's better together, tastes amazing. This crazy combo make you want the great things. Cookie meat, the chocolate, can't live without it. 100% goodness, me want it. Devon Digestive, rich chocolate with cookie crunchness.
Cookie beats chocolate in Devon Chocolate Digestive. Better because it's both.
Advertise on our live streaming on Track Alert's social media pages, which provides the most prominent online viewership. So Spanish Town having a slight advantage. And St. John's right in the mix for the penultimate 800 meters sprint medley relay. So Spanish Town will go across the line. 1:59.03 seconds for Spanish Town. 1:59. St. John's is second at 2 minutes 00. So the final heat comes up next. I apologize for the long break. INSPORTS Devon Biscuit Primary Championship, the national edition. We have the Eastern, Central, Western. No, it's all about the national. All were qualifiers for this 3-day spectacle inside the National Stadium. So Ascot in 1 had a time of 2:27.10 seconds. Cornaldi there in 2, 2:28.30. Portsmouth in 3, 2 minutes 08.30. In 4, you have Angels, 2:01.10. In 5, St. Patrick's, 2:01.80 seconds. In 6, you have License, 2:08.70. In 7, Esher, 2:15.30 was their qualifying time. And Howard Cook, there in lane 8, 2:15.00. You have to look for two teams in this event. Angels in lane 4 and St. Patrick's in lane 5, both wearing white and blue. Will it be an angelic flight this afternoon? Or will the Saint go marching in? A hush comes over the stadium for this final heat in the boys 800 meters medley open. You have the 4 heats from the girls, 4 heats on the boys side. The winner will automatically advance through to the final. And the next 4 will come from the best times. start on his rostrum. Athletes being asked to go on their marks. Rangers in 4, Patrick's in 5. That's St. Patrick's. License in 6. Can they surprise? Or Portsmouth in 3. In the red and white, can they surprise? It's an even start for the final heat in the boys 800 meter sprint medley. First legs are 100 meters and a great leg. This from License. They hand over the baton in the top position. License is going strong. They're in lane 6. Cruising on the second leg. So coming into the fold now, you have Angels also there. And St. Patrick's. But License on this third leg. Leading the duo we mentioned before, St. Patrick's and Angels. They're second and third. St. Patrick's in second, Angels in third, but Angel now goes by St. Patrick's and is gaining on License. So Angels has gone in front. License is in second and St. Patrick's is in third. So Angels, License, and St. Patrick's. But St. Patrick's, the athlete running the final leg, has gone by everyone. Portsmouth is in 4th. St. Patrick's in the lead. License in 2nd. Portsmouth is in 3rd. The team we mentioned before, Angels, they're in 4th. But Portsmouth, they've gone by License. However, License has taken back that 2nd spot. With 200 meters to go, St. Patrick's ankle leg runner seems like he's running out of gas. Here comes now the team we mentioned earlier on. License from St. Thomas coming around the bend. Gaining somewhat on St. Patrick's. And then Angels has come into the mix. It's going to be a 3-team race. St. Patrick's moving away from License. But here comes Angel. An angelic run from the ankle leg runner. Now as he caught. License has gone in front of the 2 teams in white. It's License. Then Angels. Wow. And then St. Patrick's. And as we said before, there's going to be a gentleman running across in the corridor whenever License is on the track. And he has kept up the rhythm and kept up the motion. And he did just that a short while ago. License winning. Fighting all the 2 teams in white. Coming through to take the top spot. 2:01 on the clock for License. Angels is second, 2:01. And in third, St. Patrick's, 2:01. We can't tell you the rest of the time because the board is blocked. Portsmouth, 4th, 2:08. So there's no time for the 4x1s. Starting with girls class 4. That's the next event on the track. Don't see them out just yet. They're not out just yet, so it will be some time before action resumes on the track. No, they're going out. And we see the ladies class 4x1. In the first heat, Frankfield in 1, Wakefield in 2, Bridgeport 3, License 4, Glen Stewart there in 5, Halfway Tree 6, Holy Rosary 7, and St. Francis they are in 8. That's the lane assignments that we have. Well, the breeze is getting a little bit heavier on the first of 2 days. It wasn't as windy this morning when we started about 10:17. But it has changed since then. some results here. The girls cricket ball throw. A record was done earlier by Taisha Brown of License through 42.68 meters. Nashe Lindo, Hope Valley, 36.34 meters. Ariana Sutherland from Spanish Town, 35.60. All qualifying for the final. No finals today. 30 events on the cars, 26 on the track, 4 in the field. And Jada Adlam of Harbour View, 35.28 meters. Now Shanqua Thompson of Macaulay, 34.93. Tashay Freckleton from Mona, 34.28 meters. 7th spot, Tafaria Simpson, Corey Naldi, 32.82 meters. Also Suan Russell from St. Aloysius, 32.82. And in 9th spot, Moya Frey from Homestead, 31.94 meters. And in 10th, you have Harriet from St. Patrick's, 31.80. That's Michaela Harriet. And 11th, Ashley K. Solomon from Glen Stewart, 26.40 meters. Now we're going back on the track for the first 4x1 of 4 heats. Girls Class 4. Frankfield, Wakefield, Bridgeport, License, Glen Stewart halfway tree, Holy Rosary, and St. Francis. Going out extremely strong. They are in lane 4. That's License. License going by Glen Stewart like they weren't there. License. This is Girls Class 4, though. Intriguing. Oh, good exchange from License on the back stretch. On the outside, doing well, Holy Rosary in 7 and St. Francis in lane 8. A move is made by Holy Rosary. License in the middle of the track, though, cutting the deficit, and will hand over the baton in the top position. The penultimate exchange. High hands for the baton. License on this third leg, going by Holy Rosary. Holy Rosary and a License, they're still tussling for that top spot, but it will be License hand over the final time in the top position, and that she does. It is a License. Holy Rosary there in 7th. That is the top 2. This is Girls Class 4. Now, in terms of times, come again. License clock 1 minute 05.40. And again, we see the gentleman running with the team. And they clock 101.07 seconds to take the top spot in this heat. 101 for License. Holy Rosary is second, 104 on the clock. And Glen Stewart third, 104 also on the clock. So we don't know the security. We'll have a word with him, though. But he has to be careful, though, because in the corridor there are doors that are opening. And it's good to have fun, but you have to have responsible fun. So the athletes are coming around for the second heat in the Girls Class 4, 4x1. Good run there from License. They are the Eastern champions. Black River in 1 for Heat 2. Woodlands in 2. New Providence in lane 3. Windward Road in 4. St. Patrick in 5. St. Jude's in 6. Waterford 7. And Swallowfield in lane 8. Back in the day, you had a shuttle relay, more so for the prep schools rather than the primary at this age. However, that has changed. There's no more shuttle relay. Never liked it, though, to be honest. I don't know if Foster did any shuttle relay when he was young. But this is a wonderful, wonderful tournament competition or championship, unearthing talent all around the island. Not only concentrating in Kingston, but as you heard me say before, this is the national championship. But it started with the eastern leg at Stadium East before journeying to GC Foster for the central leg, and journeying from GC Foster to the western end on the grounds of St. Elizabeth Technical High for that western end. Over 100 schools have taken part in this event. This year, 102 to be exact. 103. So we're getting ready for the next heat. No Black River. Girls class 4. So Woodlands in 2. Lane assignments once again. New Providence in 3. Windward Road in 4. St. Francis in 5. St. Jude's in 6. Waterford in 7. Swallowfield, they are in lane 8. Favorite here, coming in with the fastest time, is Windward Road in 4. Let's see what they have to offer. They clocked 103 in the eastern region. They're behind License, who clocked 102. Both from the eastern end of the island. 7 facing the starter. For the second of 4 heats in the girls class 4, 4x1. Athletes been asked to go on their marks. Remember, this is class 4. Gun has sent them away. You have to look in lane 4 for Windward Road. On the outside of Windward Road, there's to be St. Patrick's. St. Patrick's in that white vest. But Windward Road now making an indentation in that lead. So Windward Road, good baton change on the outside though. It is Swallowfield. They're in lane 8. Swallowfield, St. Patrick's, and Windward Road. That is the top 3. St. Patrick's on the back stretch, motoring on. Swallowfield also doing well. St. Patrick's with a poor baton change, allowing Windward Road to come through the door. So Swallowfield out in lane 8 in that red jersey. St. Patrick's in that white top coming around the bend. So too Windward Road also in the mix. They're right beside each other for the final exchange. Windward Road goes away from St. Patrick's with about 80 meters to go. Not to forget about Swallowfield, who are in lane 8. Windward Road commanding and extending that lead. And moving well also coming through St. Jude's. Wow. St. Jude's have slipped into second. Went by St. Patrick's and Swallowfield. But Windward Road taking the top spot. They were the favorites. 104 on the board for Windward Road. St. Jude's is second. 105. And Waterford finishing in third. So that's the top 3. The penultimate heat is coming up. Girls class 4, 4x1. Constant Spring is in 1, 110.10. Hope Valley in 2, 1 minute 10.40. Lawrence Tavern in 3, 105.90. Nuggerhead in 4, 103.30. Harbour View, they are in 5. 104.90 seconds. St. Aloysius in 6, 106.10. In 7, you have St. John's, 108.20, and Cardinaldi in 8, 107.00. Athletes not yet on the track. Officials sorting them out. Have to pick up Devon Biscuit. Coming on in a huge way for the next 3 years, 9 million. Per year. Before the championship finishes on Saturday, we'll have another word with them. We spoke to them on the opening day, or actually at the Eastern Championships, or the opening regional championships. So the athletes are coming out now. You see Lawrence Tavern in 3, Nagahead in 4, Harborview in 5, St. Aloysius should be in 6, St. John's 7, and Cornali in lane 8. Cornali in that pink top. So no athletes, or no teams are in lanes 1 and 2. Constant Spring should have been in 1. Hope Valley should have been in 2. 6 facing the starter. This is the penultimate heat in the girls' class 4x1. Winwood Road, they won that last heat. License going through. Winner of the heat automatically advances through to the final. You hear me say it at least 20 times or so. Just a reminder. Waiting the instructions from the starter. 6 teams. This girls class 4x1. Girls class 4x1, pardon me. Lawrence Tavern, Nagahead, Harborview, St. Aloysius, St. John's, and Cornali. It's a clean start for the penultimate heat, the girls' class 4x1. St. Aloysius doing extremely well, cutting the deficit set by St. John's and Cornali on its opening leg. So St. Aloysius hand over the baton in the top position. They are in lane 6. On the inside, Nagahead is trying to come through, trying to make their mark. Nagahead is moving well. And Harborview will be disqualified because they hand over the baton way outside, about 50 meters out. So Nagahead on this penultimate leg, cruising around the bend. They are on the inside, red and blue. That is the color that pronounces them. Nagahead in lane 4, a yellow flag goes up, and Nagahead all alone. On the inside of Nagahead is Lawrence Tavern. They're second at the present time, but Nagahead all alone in this heat. The girls' class 4x1. Cornali on the outside tried to cut into second, but it was close between Cornali and Lawrence Tavern. But Nagahead takes it. Heat 3, the girls' class 4x1. Nagahead's time is 1:02. Lawrence Tavern finishes in second, 1:05, and Cornali should be in third. Cornali's time is 1:05 also. I can't tell you what separate both as the screen is being blocked. So that is the penultimate heat. One heat to come to close out the girls' class 4x1. In lane 1, Fullerswood qualify on the time, 1:10.20. Desiree Paul into 1:10.30 seconds. Time and patience in lane 3, 1:05.90 seconds. Spanish Town in 4, 1:03.30. In 5, Greater Portmore, 1:03.50 seconds. In 6, Red Hills, 1:06.10. In 7, Portsmouth, 1:07.70. And in lane 8, you have Brompton with 1:07 0.30 seconds. One and two missing again. That's Fuller's Wood and Jessere Paul. So this is the final heat of the girls' class 4x1. Have to look out for Spanish Town in 4. And Greater Portmore in 5. Teams from Central.
Lane 3, Time and Patience. Lane 4, Spanish Town. Lane 5, Greater Portmore.
Get ready.
Lane 6, Ready.
Ready to rock and roll.
Lane 8, Brompton.
We're giving you results before. Cricket ball throw. Open for girls. We look to see what's happening here. But we are just as not confused though. But athletes going on their marks. Athlete in lane 8. Brompton was far from the line. It's a clean start for the girls' class 4x1. Brompton gets out well on the inside of Brompton is Red Hills, or in 6. Greater Portmore now makes their move, moving away from Spanish Town. So good exchange of this from Red Hills. On the inside of Red Hills is the team called Greater Portmore. Greater Portmore has moved away from the entire field. On the outside of Greater Portmore is Brompton. They're trying to make a statement, but handing over the baton in the top position. Very good exchange for Greater Portmore. Where is the team I mentioned before, Spanish Town? They had a time of 1:03 to come into this event. But Greater Portmore is making a statement on this final exchange. They're smooth. Oh, that was gracefully done. Greater Portmore in full control. In second, coming through now is Spanish Town. But Greater Portmore, all its glory, with 40 meters to go. They're in total control of this event. 1:01 on the clock. Coming through for second is a Spanish Town. And for third, it looks to be Red Hills. Greater Portmore, 1:01 on the block. And Spanish Town in second, 1:04. Red Hills, they are third with 1:05. So it's time for the boys. We had the girls a short while ago. So Greater Portmore there in lane 3. In 4, St. Patrick's. In 5, you have Red Hills. In 6, Lawrence Tavern. 7, Hope Valley in the green. And Angels in white in lane 8. 16 is facing the starter for this first of 4 heats. Greater Portmore's time, 102.70. St. Patrick's time, who are the favorites, 59.35 seconds. That was their qualifying time. Athletes been asked to go on their marks. Look out for St. Patrick in 4, the white vest. God has set them away. Great start for Angels, who are in lane 8. A brilliant start for Angels, who are in lane 8. Red Hills making up the ground as they're gone by Lawrence Tavern and Hope Valley Experimental. Where's the team we spoke about earlier on? St. Patrick's, who clocked 59.35 seconds on that run, but now on the back stretch they're coming back into the fold. St. Patrick's, who were about 4th or 5th, now they've gone into 2nd. On the outside it is Angels, on the inside it's St. Patrick's, both wearing the white vest, coming around the bend, swooping around the bend, wanting to tell their story. St. Patrick's, they are in the lead. They are in lane 3 or 4, I should say. So it is St. Patrick's. On the outside of St. Patrick's, Red Hills. Here comes Red Hills trying to cut the deficit with about 20 meters to go. St. Patrick's and Red Hills is running out of real estate. St. Patrick's takes it ahead of Red Hills. And in 3rd, it looks to be Angels. St. Patrick's time, 101 on the board. Red Hills is 2nd, 101. And in 3rd should be Angels. Did they fly through? For 3rd on the outside, yes, they did. 103 on the board. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, but only one assured of a place in that final because they are the victors, and that is St. Patrick's. The 2nd heat coming up. New Forest in 1, 107.00. Brompton in 2, 108.87. Port Morant in 3, 103.30 seconds was their qualifying time. Winwood Road in lane 4, 59.50 seconds. Halfway Tree in 5, 102.30. In 6, you have Macaulay, 104.30 seconds. In 7, New Broughton, 105.70. And in 8, St. Catherine, they have 104.80 seconds. That is their time. I have to say special good afternoon to everyone that's here and watching and listening and wearing a Liverpool shirt.
Hi. Oh, you saw that race just now?
I saw the race just now, Trish.
Where else can you go and have this much talent on display at this level? Only Jamaica, primary school.
What primary school you went to, Trish?
I went to Mona Heights Primary and I ran for them and I got medals at primary champs, so I know the power of primary champs.
So you know Miss Chambers or Mrs. Chambers?
Yes, I know. Are you related to them? Your aunt? See me know about you?
Well, she passed a few years ago. She was around. In the meantime, getting ready for the next heat. As Trishana said, major talent on display.
Certainly is. Always a pleasure, getting to watch the children at this young stage. A lot we have seen over the years, Sean, go on to high school level and become superstars. Buwaji and Krume in recent times. Christopher Taylor was a star in primary school, so it's a joy to get to watch firsthand, and talking about them is even better.
I take your word for it. Ready for number 2. Trishana will be passing through tomorrow. You don't have to cost me too much. Brompton is in 2 for the second heat. In 4, Winwood Road. There's no team in 3. Halfway Tree is in 5. Macaulay is in 6. No team in 7. St. Catherine is in 8. So 5 facing the starter in this second heat. Boys class 4, 4x1. Here's the start of the second heat. The boys class 4, 4x1. We mentioned about St. Catherine in lane 8. And boy, they've gone out strong. So too McCullough in the brown uniform. On the inside of McCullough is halfway tree. So not the greatest exchange for St. Catherine, but McCullough on the inside of St. Catherine. They are in lane 6, moving well. But not to forget about who's winning on the inside. Windward Road is Southern trying to make a statement. Windward Road on this penultimate exchange. They are in front. They have moved away from halfway tree. Windward Road leading on this penultimate leg for the final exchange. So they are in lane 4. Blue and white celebrates Windward Road at a time of 59.50 seconds coming into this event. And they're cruising as the ankle leg runner is looking right, making sure that no one is beside him as he cruises home to take heat number 2. 101.72 seconds coming through for second is halfway tree, and McCullough for third. 101 on the board for Windward Road, halfway tree 103, and McCullough 103. So Macaulay coming in third. The penultimate heat is next. Boys class 4, 4x1. After the 4x1s, we'll have the 800 meters open. Preliminaries to close all the day proceedings. Opening day. INSPORTS Devon Biscuit National Primary School Track and Feeder Championships. So the athletes are coming across for this penultimate heat. So the athletes are coming back on the track. Box 2, the white flag is up, not on your screen. It's good to see that though, they are ready. This is the penultimate heat, the boys class 4, 4x1s. No finals on today though, so no calculation can be done. I'll give you some more official results as we get them. So looking to see it's a full field. Seems like it's a full field for this penultimate run. A time and patience, they are in 1. Mountainside in 2. Maxfield is in 3. License in 4. Had a qualifying time of 1:01 on the board. Swallowfield in 5. Carnaldi in 6. Esher in 7, and Bridgeport in lane 8. Starter on his rostrum. Athletes being asked to go on their marks. Swallow Field in 5, also with a respectable time of 1:02. The guard had sent them away. Swallowfield gets out well, but on the inside of Swallowfield is License. License there, but moving away from Swallowfield is Coronaldi. Good run from Coronaldi, good run from Escher, who's in lane 7. Hands over the baton, not the greatest exchange from Coronaldi. But now coming through Swallowfield. Swallowfield is moving well. License also there. But Swallowfield is moving away from License on the second leg. Coronaldi coming back into the fold. So Swallowfield and then License on the inside. That is the top 2 on this third leg. Swallowfield, the trail leading License on this penultimate leg. Swallowfield hand over the baton in the top position. License is there. Not the greatest exchange from License. And that's a poor exchange from License. But Swallowfield is moving away from all behind. The License trying to cut the deficit, but it's going to be Swallowfield. And I think, though, coming through for second, maybe Escher. I don't think that License actually got second. Maybe they got third or fourth. Swallowfield, 101 on the board, was close between the 3 athletes. Escher, Coronaldi, License. But we have seen the winner. So Escher gets it. They were on the outside. Coronaldi is third, and then they're followed by License. Yep, 103 for License. Well, poor baton exchange from License, who came into this event with the fastest time, has put them out. So one more heat to close off the boys class 4x1. St. John's in 1, 107.57 on the board. That was their qualifying time. Barks Road in 2, 107.90. Jericho Primary in 3, 103.50. Harbour View in 4, 101.30 seconds. In 5, you have Spanish Town, 102.10. In 6, John Mills, 103.60 seconds. In 7, you have St. Richard's, 105.40. And Rousseau, they are in 8, 105.40 seconds. Class 4 boys, 4x1, the final heat coming up. Just the winner alone advances automatically through to the final. And then the next 4 chosen by the fastest times. 4 heats for all competitions, for all events. So no Rousseau, should have been lane 8. No St. John's, no Barracks Road, should have been in lanes 1 and 2 respectively. With 5 facing the starter, Jericho, Harbour View, who had a time of 101.30, the fastest of the lot. Spanish Town, they're in 5. They are a true fighter, Spanish Town. John Mills in 6. And in 7, you have St. Richard's. Thank you very much for watching or tuning in. No matter on what platform. So the 5 teams are ready. The final heat in the boys class 4x1. It's a clean start. Harbour View gets out well. On the outside, you have St. Richard's. They're on the red vest. But Spanish Town is here. and rocking and rolling. Spanish Town has a slight advantage, handing over the baton in the top spot, but Harborview is coming through. But Spanish Town feeling the presence of the east, the wind from the east, and has stepped it up and has left the east behind. Spanish Town with a blistering backstretch run. Spanish Town, not the greatest exchange at all, and Harborview on the inside on its penultimate leg. Harborview, they're swooped by Spanish Town, and they were not there. Harborview in total command on this final exchange. Good exchange from Harborview. Spanish Town on the outside. On the inside, though, is Jericho. That is the top three. But Harborview will be cruising home. And when they do that, there is no one running in the aisle. So Harborview takes it. 59.51 seconds. Coming through for second. I think, though, Spanish Town pipped Jericho on the line. Spanish Town comes through for second. 101 on the board. And Jericho finishes in third. 101 on the board. First, second, and third. Class 4. Or 4x1. So the Class 3 girls 4x1 is the next event on the track. The record here is 54.85 seconds, set by Southborough Primary back in 2014. Just the winner of each heat advances through automatically to the final. 4 heats on the cards, and then the 4 fastest times apart from the winners will make it through to the final. So lane 1 is New Providence at a time of 101.90 seconds. Fairfield is into 105.03. Mountainside in 3, 59.38 seconds. Now ahead, the favorites to win this heat. They are in 4, 56.28. In 5, you have Lawrence Tavern, 59.30 seconds. Then in 6, Rousseau, 1 minute 00.50. In 7, St. Aloysius, 101.80 was their qualifying time. And in 8, Red Hills, 1 minute 00.60 seconds. It's not a full field, though. I see only 5 competitors or 5 teams. Nagahead is there. They are in lane 4. Lawrence Tavern in lane 5. And in lane 7, you have St. Aloysius. So lanes 1, 4, 5, and 7. There should be another team out there. So look to see if Red Hills is there. They're setting Red Hills to lane 8. I'm looking to see if Red Hills is actually on the track. So Red Hills now, young lady was a bit late. She's going to lane 8. So I was stated before, 5 teams are in this race. This is the first heat, girls class 3. New Providence in 1. No teams in 2 and 3. Nagahead in 4. Lawrence Tavern in 5. No team in 6. And then you have St. Aloysius and Red Hills. You expect Nagahead and Lawrence Tavern to go at it in lanes 4 and 5 respectively.
On your marks. Set.
So the gun has sent them away. Great start this from Nagahead on its opening leg on the outside. Red Hills also making a statement. But Nagahead has got the deficit of Lions Tavern. Has gone by Lions Tavern. They hand over the baton in the top position. On the second leg, Nagahead in total control. On the outside, Red Hills coming back in the fray. That is the top two at the present time for this 5-lady field. So, Nagahead on this penultimate exchange, penultimate leg. All in control. Nagahead cruising around the bend. Did not want to say it earlier on, but now it's like a walk in the park. Nagahead on this final exchange, on this final leg, way out in front. Lawrence Tavern, they're in second, but Nagahead with about a 25-meter lead, winning the first of 4 heats in the girls' class 3 4x1, stopping the clock of 55.87 seconds. Oh, 55.9. That was close because Lawrence Tavern is second, 58.5. Close to what, you may ask? The record. Record is 54.85 seconds. They clocked 55.9. They came in with a time of 56, so they have improved. And maybe they can go faster in the final tomorrow. Yes, we have final in hand tomorrow. 3-day championship. Three-day affair. And that's the first of 4 heats. Heat number 2 coming up. Polyground in 1 minute 01.90 seconds. That was their qualifying time. In 4, Spanish Town had a time of 56.61 seconds. 56.48 for Spanish Town, pardon me. And License in 5, 58.61. They're out there. And in lane 6, you have St. John's, 1 minute 00.40. So 4 teams facing the starter. No teams in 2 and 3. No teams in 7 and 8. So 4 facing the starter. This is class 3. You have to look for Nagahead. 4. So Brompton is now on track. So I thought though there was 4. So Brompton. So yellow flag being shown. No, I think Brompton arrived late. So they are in lane 2. So 4 teams are on the track. Now it says grown to 5. So Brompton in 2.
Brompton should go in heat 2, lane 2. Box 2 put Brompton in lane 2. They're in heat 3. Take them out of heat 3 and put them on track. Stephen, put Brompton on track.
So they had them in heat number 3. But they are actually in heat 2. So Brompton is in heat 2. In lane 2. So now it has been resolved. Hopefully we can get the race on the way. So Polyground in 1, Brompton in 2. Spanish Town in 4. License 5. And St. John's in 6.
The
Athletes on their marks. It's the start of the second heat in the girls' class 3, 4x1, and getting out well is Spanish Town. On the outside of Spanish Town is License in full blue, but License have streaked away from Spanish Town on this first leg and hand over the baton in the top position. License ahead of Spanish Town, but here comes the team from Central. Spanish Town gaining on the team from East License. That is the top two for this penultimate exchange. This girls' class 3, 4x1. License on the inside, on the outside. Spanish Town on the inside. So Spanish Town, they've gone ahead of License. A commanding lead is being set by Spanish Town. So Spanish Town in the lead. License there in second. That is the top two. Can the ankle leg runner cut the deficit? No, she can't. It will all be Spanish Town. License in second. And in third looks like Polyground. But will Polyground hold on for third? Coming through on the outside was St. John's. I think St. John's may have gotten it ahead of Polyground for third. But the winner is Spanish Town, 55.5. And License in second, 58.6. St. John's is third, 1 minute 00, while Polyground finished fourth, got pipped on the line. So the penultimate heat coming up, the girls' class 3, 4x1. Rock Hall is in 1. Glenn Stewart is missing in action. They should have been in 2. St. Jude's in 3. Greater Portmore in 4. Halfway Tree in 5. Jericho in 6. In 7, you have Howard Cook. And in 8, Corinaldi. No team in 5. So Sam facing the starter. So the gun has sent them away for the penultimate heat in the girls' class 3, 4x1. Outstanding start from Jericho in the yellow vest, moving away from halfway tree. She has gained on Howard Cook in that red vest. So Jericho, they are in front. But here comes Howard Cook. Not to learn the young lady from Jericho to go too far. In full red, blooming, blossoming somewhat. Halfway tree is back in the fold on this second leg. Penultimate exchange. Halfway tree with the maroon color coming around the bend for the final exchange. They are in the lead. Greater Portmore is in second. But halfway tree will hand over the baton in the top spot. Greater Portmore also there on the inside. Greater Portmore on the inside. Halfway tree on the outside. And Greater Portmore strides away from halfway tree and will take this heat. The penultimate in the girls' class 3, 4x1. 56.69 seconds. That is the flash time for Greater Portmore. 56.7 for Greater Portmore, halfway tree second. 57.3. And Howard Cook in third, 58.3. On the final heat coming up, the girls class 3, 4x1. Kensington, they're in lane 1 with a time of 102.20 seconds. Windward Road in 3, 59.87 seconds. In 4, you have Harbourview, 56.93. That was their qualifying time in the Eastern region. St. Richards in 5, 57.27. In 6, Don Robin, 1 minute, 00.20. In 7, you have Seaside, 101.00, or 60, pardon me. And then Alpha in 8, 101.40 seconds. So they're making their checks to make sure the person is in the correct lane. Our favorite here is Harbourview in 4 at a time of 56 seconds, 56.93. That was their regional time. No finals today from the 30 events on show. 26 on the track, 4 in the field. We'll be back here again 10 o'clock tomorrow on the penultimate day of the INSPORTS Devon Biscuit National Championships. And the gun has set them away. This is the final heat in the girls' class 3, 4x1. Alpha in 8 is holding their own. Seaside on the inside, doing well. Also St. Richards in full red. St. Richards in full red on the back stretch to Harbourview. They want to come into the mix. They're way behind Harbourview, who came into this event with a time of 56.93. But moving well, Alpha in lane 8. Harbourview cruising around. And St. Richards with a poor exchange. The athlete fell over. Oh my. Harbourview now trying to take full control. On the outside is Alpha, but on the inside is Harbourview for the final exchange. They're in total command at the present time. Harbourview cruising somewhat on the outside of Alpha and Seaside, tussling for that second spot, but no one can stop Harbourview taking the final section, heat number 4 in the girls' class 3, 4x1. Flash time is 56 and the official time 56.6. Seaside is second, 58.2, and in third you have St. Richards, 59.3. So we're now down to the boys, a 4x1. This is class 3. Starting from lane number 3, not heat. Record here is 52.50 seconds, held by Greater Portmore. That was done back in 2018. 5 facing the start. Lawrence Tavern, they're in 3. In 4, you have Greater Portmore as a favorite, clocking 55.00 seconds. In 5, Jericho, 57.09 seconds in that yellow vest and blue shorts. In 6, you have Red Hills, 58.93. In 7, Glenn Stewart with 1 minute 00.10 seconds. So 5 facing the starter. And Mr. Reese is making a signal to the announcer for assistance. Lawrence Tavern at a time of 57.25 seconds. They're in the mix. Remember, just the winner of an event automatically qualify to the final. Times are the other qualifiers. The God has set them all. The first of 4 heats in the boys. This is class 3, 4x1. On the outside, Red Hills making a move and moving past Glenn Stewart in that light blue vest. Red Hills in the full red. On the inside, Greater Portmore has made a move past Jericho. Greater Portmore gaining on Red Hills, is climbing the hill. It is Greater Portmore on this penultimate exchange. On the inside, the team from Central is cruising around the bend. Greater Portmore extending their lead. Going around the bend for the final exchange. Greater Portmore on the inside, Red Hills on the outside, but on the outside of Greater Portmore is Jericho. But they're moved away from Jericho. Greater Portmore in full swing, in full flight. Goes across the line, stops the clock, 55.09 seconds. Jericho is in second, and in third, you have Lawrence Tavern. 55.1 for Greater Portmore. Jericho is second, 56.2, and Lawrence Tavern is third, 56.9. The second heat coming up. Full field on hand. St. Aloysius in 1. 1 minute 00.20. 2 is Escher. 1 minute 01.75 seconds. In 3, halfway tree. A time of 57.27. In 4, Nuggerhead with 56.13 under their belts. In 5, Ascot 56.93. St. Francis, 58.85. They're in 6. Rock Hall in 7, 1 minute 00.00. And St. Richards, they are in 8, 59.12. Gordon has sent them away. Great start for Ascot. They're in purple, but on the inside of Ascot is Nuggerhead. Nuggerhead has gone past Ascot like they were not there and gaining somewhat on St. Francis. Brilliant opening run from Nuggerhead, not the greatest exchange at all. But on the outside, St. Richards in full red. Tried to gain somewhat on St. Richards is Rock Hall Primary. In the mix, that is the top 2. Not to forget about Nuggerhead in the middle of the pack. Nuggerhead on this penultimate exchange made a blistering exchange, and they'll make a blistering run coming around the bend. Nuggerhead, they are in command for this final exchange. This is the boys class 3, 4x1. This is heat number 2. Nagahead all alone going home. Nagahead in total control. Nagahead with a wonderful performance on the inside of Nagahead. It looks to be like halfway tree sneaking in for that second position. Nagahead first, halfway tree second, and maybe, just maybe, St. Richard's coming through for third. But Nagahead's time 55.3. And halfway tree second, 57.2. And St. Richard's, they got third, 57.5. So the penultimate heat of the boys class 3 4x1. In lane 2, you have New Forest. We know Road should have been in 3. They're missing in action. And they had a good time, though. 57.97. In 4 is Harbour View. 56.24 seconds. In 5, Angels. 56.74. And in 6, Hope Valley. 58.72 seconds. And in lane 7, you have Yuaton, 59.41. So Rousseau is missing in action. Should have been in lane 8. So 5 facing the starter. And the gun has set them away in the penultimate heat in the boys class 3 4x1. Harbourview looks pretty set, so too on the outside of Harbourview. Angels, but Harbourview, they've gained on Angels on this opening leg. Not the greatest exchange by Harbourview, and they almost messed it up though. But Angels have gone and left Harbourview behind. Angels doing well, Harbourview certainly in the mix. Hope Valley is there, and Yuaton. So on the outside, Yuaton in full control. On the outside, on the inside part of his Angels and Harbourview. They've cut the deficit on this penultimate leg, the third leg. Harbourview on the inside, Angels also there, and Yuaton. That is a top 3. Harbourview trying to sneak by Yuaton on the outside. They're on the inside, Harbourview. They've gone ahead. They've gone in the lead ahead of Yuaton. It's Harbourview who will take the penultimate heat in the boys class 3 4x1. Yuaton is second, and St. Richard's is part of the Angels in third. Harbourview's time 56.7, and Yuaton in second, 57.3. And they have Hope Valley third, and going ahead of Angels, finishing fourth, 58.8. So the final heat in the boys class 3 4x1. Mountainside should have been in lane 1, but they're missing in action. So 6 fish in the starter. Carnaldi in 1 minute 00.69 seconds was their qualifying time. They're in 2, pardon me, not 1. Spanish Town in 3, 58.12 seconds. St. John's in 4, 56.31. License in 5, 56.64 seconds. In 6, Bridgeport, 58.48. In 7, Portsmouth, 59.40. So 6 facing the starter. It's a start. Oh, they have recall. Right away. So the starter, Mr. Reese, starting out. Issues that he had. Just hearing a child telling her father that he is the best dad ever. I was wondering to myself how much money he paid her for her to say that. In the meantime, let's go back to the track. Athletes once again on their marks. The final heat in the boys class, 3-4 by 1. Have to look out for the team Portsmouth. Red and white to the inside is Bridgeport. That is the top two. Cruising around. St. John's is in the mix. So too License, not to forgetting about them. License is there. They are in lane 5. So License moving along, moving well, getting somewhat on Bridgeport and Portsmouth. License with a brilliant, blistering back leg run. So, License still in command on the third leg. And try to sneak through on the inside. Spanish Town. Spanish Town with a very good leg. On the third leg, Spanish Town. No, they're in control. Spanish Town on the inside. License on the outside. Spanish Town holds off License. Spanish Town takes it. And the gentleman who always run when License is winning had to stop because Spanish Town got the better of License. So Spanish Town 55.0. On the board they have say St. John's. $56.0. Hope that will change very soon. Carnally in third.
It's better together, tastes amazing. This crazy combo make you want to get it. Cookie meat, the chocolate, can't live without it. 100% goodness, me want it. Devon digestive, rich chocolate with cookie crunchness.
Cookie beats chocolate in Devon Chocolate Digestive. Better because it's both.
Advertise on our live streaming on Track Alert's social media pages, which provides the most prominent online viewership from track and field meets in Jamaica. Your products will be seen by our large audience in Jamaica, the diaspora, and across the world. Book your spot in our live stream for a very small introductory fee. Call or text us at 876-893-4157. or email anthonyfoss@gmail.com. Trackalerts.com from start to finish.
10.29 seconds for Yohan Blake. An impressive run.
Hi, my name is Shelly-Ann Fraser, Olympic and world champion. For For your latest track and field news, log on to trackalerts.com. Trackalerts.com from start to finish.
Hosting a function or event? Want it to be streamed live on Facebook, YouTube, or Zoom? iView365 can help you. We specialize in sporting events, stage shows, funerals, concerts, conferences, church services, graduations, and many more. Call or text us at 876-893-4157 or email anthonyfoss@gmail.com. That's ANTHONYFOS@gmail.com.
Stay with Track Alerts TV by clicking the subscribe button and hit the notification bell to make sure you get all our races, interviews, and exclusive content. And don't forget to like, comment, and share.
The INSPORTS Devon Biscuits Primary Schools Athletic Series is back and hotter than ever. May 4 to 6, Stadium East comes to life as Eastern teams battle for supremacy. May 8 to 10, Central teams take center stage at GC Foster College. May 11 to 13, we go west at Stets. And then the grand final, May 25 to 27, the National Junior Athletics Championships at the National Stadium. The INSPORTS Devon Biscuits Primary Schools Athletic Series, pride, passion, determination, success. Sponsored by
Advertise on our live streaming on Track Alert's social media pages, which provides the most prominent online viewership from track and field meets in Jamaica. Your products will be seen by our large audience in Jamaica, the diaspora, and across the world. Book your spot in our live stream for a very small introductory fee. Call or text us at 876-893-4157. or email anthonyfoss@gmail.com. Trackalerts.com from start to finish.
10.29 seconds for Yohan Blake. An impressive run.
Hi, my name is Shelly-Ann Fraser, Olympic and World Champion. For your latest track and field news, log on to trackalerts.com. Trackalerts.com from start to finish.
Hosting a function or event? Want it to be streamed live on Facebook, YouTube, or Zoom? iView365 can help you. We specialize in sporting events, stage shows, funerals, concerts, conferences, church services, graduations, and many more. Call or text us at 876-893-4157 or email anthonyfoss@gmail.com. That's ANTHONYFOS@gmail.com.
Stay with Track Alerts TV by clicking the subscribe button and hit the notification bell to make sure you get all our races, interviews, and exclusive content. And don't forget to like, comment, and share.
The INSPORTS Devon Biscuits Primary Schools Athletic Series is back and hotter than ever. May 4 to 6, Stadium East comes to life as Eastern teams battle for supremacy. May 8 to 10, Central teams take center stage at GC Foster College. May 11 to 13, we go west at Stets. And then the grand final, May 25 to 27, the National Junior Athletics Championships at the National Stadium. The INSPORTS Devon Biscuits Primary Schools Athletic Series, pride, passion, determination, success. Sponsored by
Advertise on our live streaming on Track Alert's social media pages, which provides the most prominent online viewership from track and field meets in Jamaica. Your products will be seen by our large audience in Jamaica, the diaspora, and across the world. Book your spot in our live stream for a very small introductory fee. Call or text us at 876-893-4157 or email anthonyfoss@gmail.com.
Blake
Trackalerts.com
commanded
from
this
start
race.
to finish.
10.29 seconds for Yohan Blake. An impressive run.
Hi, my name is Shelly-Ann Fraser, Olympic and World Champion. For your latest track and field news, log on to trackalerts.com. Trackalerts.com from start to finish.
Hosting a function or event? Want it to be streamed live on Facebook, YouTube, or Zoom? iView 365 can help you. We specialize in sporting events, stage shows, funerals, concerts, conferences, church services, graduations, and many more. Call or text us at 876-893-4157 or email anthonyfoss@gmail.com. That's ANTHONYFOS@gmail.com.
Stay with Track Alerts TV by clicking the subscribe button and hit the notification bell to make sure you get all our races, interviews, and exclusive content. And don't forget to like, comment, and share.
The INSPORTS Devon Biscuits Primary Schools Athletic Series is back and hotter than ever. May 4 to 6, Stadium East comes to life as Eastern teams battle for supremacy. May 8 to 10, Central teams take center stage at GC Foster College. May 11 to 13, we go west at Stets. And then the grand final, May 25 to 27, the National Junior Athletics Championships at the National Stadium. The INSPORTS Devon Biscuits Primary Schools Athletic Series, pride, passion, determination, success. Sponsored by
side. Then we have heat number 1. Or should I say, class 1 coming up right after class 2. Coronado there in lane 1 in heat 4, 59.22 seconds. Bridgeport in 2, 1 minute 00.30. Spanish Town there in 3, 56.97 seconds. Windward Road in 4, 54.76. In 5, Kensington, 56.80, or 55.80, pardon me. In 6, you have New Providence, 57.21. Pembroke Hall there in lane 7 with a time of 58.37. And Mona Heights there in 8 with a time of 58.32 seconds. Final heat. Girls class 2, 4x1. After the 4x1s, we'll have the 800 meters, and then that's it for day 1. We've seen some thrilling action on the track, and it will only get hotter as the days progress. And I'm not speaking about the heat from the sun. So athletes coming out, lane 3 missing, and lane 3 should showcase Spanish Town. They had a good time, 56.97 seconds coming in. This is a shocker. They're not there. So Sam facing the starter. And the gun has sent them off for the final heat in the girls' class 2, 4x1 on the outside. Mona Heights gaining. Well, on the inside, it looks like Kensington. Kensington has gained on New Providence. Kensington going by New Providence on the back stretch. On the outside, still Mona Heights, based on the stagger, has a slight advantage. But Kensington has cut away or erased that advantage on this penultimate exchange. Still Kensington in the lead. Remember, the winner advances to the final automatically. On this third leg, cruising around the bend. Seems like she's struggling somewhat, though. Kensington, Windward Road, cutting the deficit. They're on the inside. They're in full blue. So Windward Road and Kensington. Kensington still having the advantage. But here comes Windward Road on this final leg with about 50 meters to go. Kensington on the outside. Windward Road on the inside. Windward Road now goes in front of Kensington and takes it and cement a spot in the final. So Windward Road first. Kensington is second. And coming through for third, looks like New Providence. 56.1 for Windward Road. Kensington also 56.3. And New Providence third, 56.6. So the boys' time to take center stage. And they're missing in action. Looks to be Jessary Paul. They should have been in lane 6. So the boys' class 2, 4x1, the first of 4 heats. 51.78 seconds is the record set by Spanish Town. That was done back in 2018. In lane 1, St. John's. 57.73, 2 middle quarters. In 3, Holy Rosary. In 4, you have St. Catherine, 53.41 seconds. Fastest time coming in this heat. In 5, Spanish Town, 55 seconds under their belt. In 7, New Providence. And in 8, St. Patrick's. First of 4 heats. It's a clean start for the boys class 2 4x1. The first heat of 4 on the outside. St. Patrick's moving away, but on the inside, St. Catherine was gained on Spanish Town on the first leg. St. Catherine with a slow, easy exchange. So St. Catherine, they're in command on the outside of St. Catherine. Looks to be Spanish Town. That is the top 2. You have to look over in lane 8 for St. Patrick. But it is not the greatest exchange at all from St. Catherine. Oh, poor exchange from St. Catherine. Allowed the gate to be burst open by the team called Spanish Town. Spanish Town hands over the baton in the top position. St. Catherine, they are second. So it's all about Spanish Town. And St. Catherine is in second. Coming through for third, La Holy Rosary. Wow. Poor exchange on that second exchange. Spanish Town coming through, 54.4. St. Catherine second, 55.3. And Holy Rosary third, 56.8. Clock was giving some trouble early on. So he too coming up. So no teams in 1, 2, 3. Are they there? Are they there or not? So I'm wondering, as we see teams coming out. Red Hills, they're in 3. Is that Black River or Time and Patience? I think that's Time and Patience, though. Should be in lane 1. Time and Patience in lane 1. In 3, you have Red Hills. In 4, License. In 5, Lawrence Tavern. In 6, Frank Field. In 7, Mona Heights. And in lane 8, Howard Cook. So the athlete has disappeared once again from Time and Patience. Now he's back on the track. Looking at the respective boxes, you may ask the question, if you're not a track at the field fan, boxes are the exchange zone where the officials are. So you'll see an official lifting the flag at a specified area for the exchange. So you have 3 boxes for the first exchange, for the second exchange, and for the third exchange. Officials sometimes on the outside or sometimes on the inside. And they'll hold the white flag to signal that they are ready, everything is okay. And sometimes when they're making some adjustments, the yellow flag will go up. Or the white flag is being shown by box number 1. Or the official at box number 1. Also at box number 2. Athletes on their marks. This is the second of 4 heats, the boys class 2, 4x1s. And the gun has set them away. Great start for Howard Cook. They're in lane 8, moving away from Mona Heights. Also moving well is License, who are in lane 4. So Howard Cook on the outside, License on the inside. Brilliant exchange from License. Oh my word. On the backstretch, License. On the outside is Howard Cook. That is the top 2 based on the stagger. But License, they've caught the deficit. I would hand over the baton in the top spot. Another brilliant exchange from License. On the outside of License is Lawrence Tavern. So moving away, coming around the bend. It is Lawrence Tavern ahead of License. So the exchange is done. Here comes License once again. And we expect to see the young man running down the track. We haven't seen him just yet down the corridor. So it is License away. And over Lawrence Tavern. Now the gentleman comes. And the License takes it. 53.0. And Lawrence Tavern is second, 54.2. Red Hills third, 54.8. Well, he came a little bit late, as he has been doing all day. Whenever License is winning a race, he runs down the corridor with the horn in his hand. He's an excited fan for the License team. So the third penultimate heat coming up in the boys class 2, 4x1. White Horses in 1, 57.98 seconds. Cornaldi in 2, 58.81. Rosso 3, 56.37. Greater Portmore in 4, 54.46 seconds. Nuggerhead, they're in 5, 55.14 seconds under their belt. St. Jude's in 6, 56.90. In 7, you have Barracks Road, 57.53. And Mountainside in 8, 57.36 seconds. So lane 1, White Horses should have been there. You see that they've rode away. So Sem facing the starter. Athletes been asked to go on their marks, the penultimate heat in the boys class 2, 4x1. And the gun has set them off. You have to look for Greater Portmore in 4. They've gone out well, though, but on the outside of Greater Portmore is Nuggerhead. Nuggerhead, they have gained on St. Jude's. Nuggerhead in the red and blue, handing over the baton in a slow motion. On the outside, Mountainside in red. But Nuggerhead on this back stretch is trying to extend their lead, and the trying has become a reality. So Nuggerhead for the penultimate exchange. Another good exchange for Nuggerhead. On the inside, looks to be Greater Portmore trying to reel the athlete in. But Nuggerhead on this penultimate leg, they're way out in front for the final exchange. Nuggerhead with about an 8-meter lead. Can this lead be cut somewhat? But Nuggerhead is there. Russell trying to cut the lead on the inside. Greater Portmore is in third. Can they reel into second? But Nuggerhead can't be caught, and Greater Portmore will come through for second over Russell. So 51.83 seconds. This for Nuggerhead. In second is Greater Portmore. Third is Russell. That is the top 3. Nuggerhead's time 54.3. Greater Portmore is second, 55.1, and Russell third, 55.2. That is a penultimate heat in the boys class 2, 4x1. So the final heat comes up. Remember the record of 51.78 seconds by Spanish Town Primary. No one has gone close to that record just yet. Let me say that. So in 1, Windward Road, 58.15. In 2, you have Flankers. I haven't seen Flankers all day, though, to be honest. Esher in 3, 56.66. Morant Bay in 4, 55.00. Harbour View, they're in 5. 55.04 was their qualifying time. Macaulay in 6, 56.81. Homestead in 7, 57.49. And Holy Family in 8, 57.39 seconds. Well, look on the track, though. See lanes 3 through to 7, 1, 2, and 8 missing in action. Looking lane 4, though. Morant Bay in 4. And the athlete from Morant Bay seems like he's wearing a sweater. Maybe he's feeling cold. Running that first leg. Making checks, making sure that everyone is in the right lane. Athletes once again on their marks. 5 facing the starter in this final heat, boys class 2, 4x1. Gunn has sent them away. Great start it is for Harborview. Harborview has gained on Macaulay. And on the outside of Macaulay is Homestead. So that is the top three. Harborview hands over the baton in the top position. And now they're finally gone past Macaulay. And here on the inside of Harborview is Morant Bay. Morant Bay, the athlete on the back stretch, has caught the deficit and has put Morant Bay in the top spot. He got the baton in fourth position. Good exchange from Morant Bay. Morant Bay cruising around the bend. Harborview, they're in second. They're trailing. But the trail has become a long walk because he extended the lead. Morant Bay in the top position. What a performance from this team from the east. Morant Bay going away from Harborview, and in third it looks to be Macaulay, but it is Morant Bay. But Morant Bay and Macaulay going by Harborview. Macaulay is second, Harborview is third. Coming through for fourth is Esher. That is the top four at the present time. Morant Bay 53.0. Macaulay is second, 55.1. And Harborview third, 55.3. So the girls class 1, 4x1. St. Aloysius in 1. Crescent in 2. Should have been Golden Spring in 3. They're missing in action. Halfway Tree in 4. And Jericho 5. Coronel is 6. St. Francis 7. And New Providence in lane 8. Some facing the start, others making some adjustments, respective boxes, making sure everyone is in the correct lane. Halfway Tree, the favorite to take this seat with a 52.61 seconds clocking. They are in lane 4, and the gun has sent them away. Maroon color Halfway Tree, and they get out well. Also getting out well is Coronaldi. Coronaldi has gained on St. Francis. Coronaldi in lane 6, hands over the baton in the top spot. Halfway Tree is in second at the present time. Coronaldi is moving well, so to Halfway Tree. Oh my word! What a performance from this young lady on that second leg. The baton is handed over. Halfway Tree in total command because of that one leg. Coming around in the top position on the outside of Halfway Tree is Jericho. Jericho sneaking on the outside. Halfway Tree and Jericho. That is the top two, but the anchor leg runner from Halfway Tree is moving well and moving away from Jericho. Halfway Tree is not close to Jericho at all. 53.37 is the flash time. The official time not on the board just yet. Halfway Tree 53.3. Jericho second 55.0. Coronado third 55.9. So heat number 2 comes up, In the girls class 1 4x1, the record here 51.04 seconds, held by Nuggerhead back in 2009. So Escher in 1, 57.14. New Forest in 2, 57.92. Nuggerhead in 3, 55.00. In 4 is Harbour View, having a time of 52.67. St. Richards in 5, 54.85 seconds. And Brompton in 6, 55.68. Swallowfield in 7, 57.06. And Barracks Road in 8, 56.27. Full field for the second heat in the girls class 1 4x1. All right, the start of heat number 2 at the girls class 1 4x1. Harbour View gets out well on the outside of Harbour View, St. Richards. Well, they have gone past St. Richards on the opening leg. On the outside, in lane 8, Barracks Road is moving well. But here comes Harbour View. Harbour View has got the deficit set by Barracks Road on that opening leg. What a performance, or what a leg from Harbour View. Now, the exchange wasn't that great, but they're still in command. Harbour View cruising around the bend, settling well, trying to extend the lead. Harbour View on the final exchange. They are way out in front. Harbour View on the inside of Harbour View is Nuggerhead, slipping into that second position. On the outside is St. Richards. St. Richards now goes ahead of Nuggerhead, but Harbour View will stop the clock, winning this event. 52.92 seconds in second, St. Richards. In third, Nuggerhead. Time 52.9 for Harbour View. St. Richards is second, 53.9, and Nuggerhead third, 54.9 seconds. Second heat of 4, girls class 1 4x1. So the penultimate heat in the girls class 1 4x1 is on the cards. In lane 1, St. Jude's. Into Macaulay. In 3, License. In 4, Spanish Town. In 5, Rock Hall. In 6, you have Windward Road. Black River should have been in lane 7. And Rousseau is in lane 8. 7 facing the starter in this penultimate heat. I have to look out for Spanish Town. In 4, 53.49 seconds was their clocking. Spanish Town gets out well on the inside of Spanish Town. Looks to be Licensed. That is the top 2. And Spanish Town, very good baton exchange from Spanish Town. On the outside of Spanish Town is Rock Hall. That is the top 2. License they have left behind. Rock Hall and Spanish Town for this penultimate exchange is going to be Spanish Town. Oh, good exchange on the outside, not to forget about Windward Road. Windward Road now surged in front on this third leg. Windward Road coming around the bend, and so too coming around the bend is Spanish Town. Spanish Town on the inside, Windward Road on the outside. That is the top two. Now Spanish Town has gone in front, but on the outside of Spanish Town, it looks to be Rock Hall. Rock Hall has gone ahead of Spanish Town. So it's Rock Hall takes it. Rock Hall ahead of Spanish Town. Windward Road finishing in third. Wow, what a leg that was on anchor for Rock Hall. The clock has not stopped. Maybe the clock is surprised as I. So the clock continues as the championship continues. In 1, Pembroke Hall. 2, Howard Cook. This is the final heat of the girls' class 1 4x1. In 3, Greater Portmore. In 4, Angels. In 5, St. Patrick's. In 6, Mountainside. In 7, St. Catherine. And in 8, Holy Rosary. So full field for the final heat. In the girls' class 1 4x1. And we're looking to see the boxes show their flag or respective flags. And the gun has sent them away for the final heat of the girls' class 1 4x1 on the outside. Holy Rosary gets a bullet start. Mountainside has gone by St. Catherine and they weren't there. Mountainside is in lane 6 on the inside. Looks to be Greater Portmore and Angels trying to make their mark. Did I mention Angel? Angel is flying over the National Stadium. What a run from this St. Patrick's, actually. I thought it was Angel, but St. Patrick's. St. Patrick's is ahead of Angels. As they come around, they are in lane 5. So St. Patrick's first. Angels is second. So St. Patrick's holding off Angels with about 70 meters to go. But here comes Angels. They're cutting the deficit. Will be running out of real estate. But is St. Patrick's ahead of Angels? It's St. Patrick's, then Angels. And finishing in third looks to be Mountainside. 54.25 seconds for St. Patrick's. Angels in second. And St. Patrick's time 54.2. Angels is second, 54.4. Mountainside is third, 55.5. So the boys class 1 4x1. So the boys taking center stage with a record of 48.79 seconds, 48.76, not 9. And 7 facing the starter in this heat. Some on the side in 1, New Providence in 2, Angels in 3, Spanish Town 4, St. Richards in 6, Howard Cook 7, and Windward Road in lane 8. Windward Road gets out well, though. On the inside of Windward Road is St. Richards in lane 6, but gaining somewhat is Spanish Town on this opening leg. Spanish Town, they are the favorites. Oh, a good exchange from Spanish Town. They're all alone, Spanish Town, with a brilliant performance so far. Spanish Town on this second leg of this penultimate exchange. High hand for the exchange. They have a lead of about 30, 40, 50. I said before, a country mile. No, this was like a double mile with a country just surrounding the top. So it's Spanish Town. Brilliant performance so far from the Spanish Town. The gathering is inside of the National Stadium in the grandstand on their feet, cheering their athletes on. Spanish Town goes across the line. 50 seconds on the clock. Oh, it was close to the record. They thought they could have gotten it. 48.76 is the record. 50.1, they did. Good performance from Spanish Town. Angels is second. That's the first of 4 heats in the boys class 1. They have ran 49.96 seconds, Spanish Town. They are the favorites to take the gold here. Overall, they advance to the final. So heat 2 coming up. Dunrobin in 1, Brompton 2, Nagahead 3, Greater Portmore in 4, Jericho in 5, you have Cornaldy in 6, and Frankfield in 7, Bridgeport is in lane 8. So 7 face in the starter. There are no athletes in lane 5. Jericho should have been in lane 5. The INSPORTS Devon Biscuit National Primary Track and Field Championships on the grounds of Independence Park Limited, which houses the National Stadium, culminating right here for the next 3 days, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Athletes going on their mark, started out with the Eastern Regionals before journeying to the Central GC Foster College. Then on the grounds of Stets, St. Elizabeth Technical High, they housed the Western. Now we're at the Nationals. Great start for heat number 2, the boys class 1, 4x1. Cornaldy, they've gained somewhat on Frankfield, who are in lane 7. But you have to look on Greater Portmore. Greater Portmore with the 51 seconds clocking coming in this event. They are the favorites to take this heat. Cornaldy on the outside in the pink vest, but Greater Portmore in the yellow on the back stretch. And Greater Portmore hands over the baton in the top position. On the inside of Greater Portmore is Nagahead. Nagahead now goes in front of Greater Portmore. Nagahead cruising around. They'll hand over the baton in the top position. Nagahead first. Nagahead, they've messed up the baton exchange. Greater Portmore goes in front. Nagahead trying to battle back. They're cutting the deficit, but they're going to run out of real estate. Greater Portmore holds off the challenge of Nagahead. And coming through for third, Cornaldy. It's a Greater Portmore, 51.4. Nagahead, 51.6. Cornaldy, 52.7. Wow. So a poor baton exchange changed the fate for Nagahead. Greater Portmore coming through on top. So 3. Heat number 3. The penultimate. So Rousseau should be in 3. So INSPORTS Devon Biscuit National Primary School Track and Field Championship. The penultimate heat, though, Rousseau is in 3. Pembroke is in 4. Barks in 5. Esher 6. And no team is in 7. That should have been Black River. So Crescent out in lane 8. Had a time of 54.92 seconds. Esher is also there. And Barks Road. Barks Road now goes in front of Esher on this backstretch. And Barks Road just in front of Esher. Not a bad exchange from Barks Road, leaving Esher behind. So Pembroke Hall coming back into the mix. So Pembroke Hall and Barks Road, that is the top 2. Pembroke Hall having a slight advantage over Barks Road and is pulling away from Bullocks Road. So Pembroke Hall with about a 2-meter lead over Barks Road, extending to 2.5. And Pembroke Hall takes it 51.07 seconds for Pembroke Hall over Barks Road in second. 51.0 for Pembroke Hall. Barks is second, 51.3. And in third was Esher, 53.5. So the top 8 coming through. The final heat in the boys class 1, 4x1. So in lane 1, Homestead had a time of 55.40. Kensington is in 2, 55.56. St. Catherine in 3, 53.40. Harbour View there in 4, 52.03. St. Jude's in 5, 52.10. Time and Patience in 6, 53.78 seconds. And the license should have been in 7. Missing in action. That's a surprise. And so we won't see anyone running up the corridor this time around. Seaside in 8, 55.03. 7 facing the starter. The final 4x1. Just the winner automatically advances through to the final. Then the other 4 is chosen by times. Athletes on their marks. It's a clean start for the final heat. Heat number 4, the boys class 1, 4x1. Seaside gets out well. On the inside looks to be St. Jude's. Jude's has gained on time and patience. Seaside in lane 8 has moved well. Also moving well is Harbour View. Harbour View now battling with St. Jude's. That is the top 2, not to forget about Seaside in lane 8. Harbour View exchanges in the top position on the penultimate exchange. Harbour View on the inside, Seaside on the outside. Seaside look like they've hit a rock because Harbour View have taken full control. For the final exchange, Harbour View. On the outside of Harbour View is St. Jude's. On the inside of St. Jude's, it looks to be St. Catherine. That is the top 3. But Harbour View, with the athlete running, looking in the sky, is Harbour View because that's where their emotions lie. They take it. This is the boys class 1, 4x1. 51.33 seconds the flash time. 51.3 the official time. St. Jude's is second, 51.8, and Kensington third, 53.0. That's it for the 4x1s. 800 meters is up next. So 3 heats for the girls and 3 heats for the boys to close out the day's activities. So the athletes are lined up for the first of 3 heats in the 800 meters. I have here on my list 11, but I can tell you though, Jones of Carisbrook in 1. She's wearing the green uniform. Compass Rock Hall in 2, the blue and gold. In 3, you have Pinnock of St. Patrick's in the white top. In 4, in full black, Ranger of Nazareth. 250 on the day. For St. Patrick's, Pinnock. In 3, she's the favorite. So 238 on the board. Jones from Carisbrook also clocked 232. Also there from Windward Road, Holgate. And going out in front is Pinnock. On the inside, though, is Jones. And she had the fastest time coming in. Jones of Carisbrook. Cruising well on the backstretch. She has a good pace for the 800 meters. And good stamina. That is needed. It's been a wonderful day of activities. And I'll give you some results. We had here, we gave you some cricket ball throw earlier. The long jump event. Open men's long jump. Lintono Wallace of Wakefield has a measurement of 4.52 meters. Now Trey Bailey of St. Francis, 4.52. Banton of Greater Portmore, 4.49 meters. Sajay Spalding from Harbourview, 4.47 meters. Jaheem Cleghorn from Corinaldi, 4.41 meters. Janeek Grooves from Brompton Primary, 4.40. Going back to the track, though, as mentioned before, both the favorite, Jones of Carisbrook, extending her lead somewhat. And we expect St. Patrick's Pinnock to be right in the mix. She's third at the present time. But Jones maintaining the lead. And there is a tussle for second. But St. Patrick's Pinnock now slipping into that second position. But it's all about Jones of Carisbrook, with about 150 meters to go to close out the first of 3 heats in the girls' 800 meters open event. 2:37.24 seconds. Ariana Sinclair had that record set last year. She has gone faster. She has gone 2:32. And that was at the regionals. And I think she may go even a bit faster today. But no, she won't. So this is going to be a record at the nationals. She walks across the line, stops the clock, 2:34 at 3:7. So it's a record, a new record. 2:34 set by Jones, the favorite to take this heat. She has gone faster though at her regions, but at the nationals, it's a new record. 2:34. Erasing 2:37. So Pinnock so they have Pinnock in first. Pinnock was not the person who placed first. It was Jones who placed first. Pinnock placed second. So the other competitors are coming out. And looking on this, Pinnock of Carisbrook is in 1. Oh, no, I understand. You have Pinnock from Carisbrook in Heat 2. And they had her as a winner in Heat 1. But it's actually Jones and not Pinnock. So Pinnock is in Heat 2. 2:34.90 seconds. She's a favorite to take this heat. Thomas of Nagahead is in 2. Clark of Harborview in 3. In 4 from License, Brian. And Brown of Windward Road is not there. Should have been in 5. In lane 6. From Spanish Town, you have Roberts. And in lane 8, from Angels, Hunter. So there's us speaking to individuals. At the end of the 800 meters will be the end of day 1. No finals today, 30 events on show. He did not see the field event, so we'll tell you the results of those. We've given you 2 results so far, cricket ball throw and long jump. Cricket ball throw for girls. So Homestead, then in 5. That is Goulburn in that yellow vest. So I'm wondering what's taking so long though to start this second of 3 heats. So the young lady from Spanish Town in the 6, that's Roberts. So the gun has set them away. From Harbour View, we have Clark. Clark goes out in front. On the outside of Clark is Brian of License. On the inside of Clark is Thomas of Nagahead. And then you get Pinnock of Carisbrook, slipping into that second position and trailing. Young lady from Nagahead, Thomas. And Thomas has fallen to second as Pinnock from Carisbrook has gone out in the lead. She's known as a favorite to take this heat. She watched her teammate, Jones, taking heat 1. And it's time for her to repeat the feat for her school in heat 2. Maybe that's what she's thinking. As she goes out, start hard though, and strong. Cruising along in that top position, passing the entrance of the McDonald Tunnel on the front stretch. So it is a bell lap, and Pinnock of Carisbrook still in the lead though. Nagahead's Thomas is in second, and in third from Harbour View is Clark. That is the top 3. In fourth from License is Brian, and fifth from Homestead is Goulburn. So on the back stretch with about 250 meters to go, It is Pinnock of Carisbrook trying to extend the lead, but now the move's been made by Harborview's Clark. Into second, it goes by Nagahead Thomas. And they're past Pinnock of Carisbrook. So Harborview's Clark has passed Pinnock, and also passing Pinnock is Thomas of Nagahead. So that is the top two. The young lady from Harborview with 2:38.60 seconds under her belt. Coming into this championship, the Nationals has gone into the lead in this heat. But here comes Nagahead's Thomas once again. She's given it all that she has. But trusting for that third spot, License Brand trying to pass Pinnock. Pinnock not allowing that though. Here's Pinnock with one last effort and coming through for second. But Harborview, Clark takes it, 2:36. As Clark takes it, 2:36 on the board. It was close for second. And Pinnock comes through, 2:37. $237 for Pinnock. And 2:38 for Thomas. It's a final female event on day one to come. That is a third heat in the Girls Open 800 meters run. So the high jump girls open event. So Danielle Williams of Harborview clearing the bar 1.30. Also clearing the bar 1.30. Kamoya Campbell of License. And Sanique Watt of John Mills. Not to forget from St. Richard's. Jazara Gray clearing the bar at 1.30 meters. From Nagahead, Brianna Stewart. From Esher Primary was Amelia Waite. She cleared the bar at 1.25 of weight. And also cleared the bar at 1.25 from Coronelli. Brianna Bailey. And clearing the bar at 1.20 from St. Patrick. Akela Samuels. And from the 1.20 margin from Kensington was Chrisania Reynolds. And Shane Hansen from Rousseau also cleared the bar at 1.20. Lawrence Taverns, Amelia Belo cleared the bar at 1.20. And Kiara Grant of St. Catherine, 1.20 was her clearance on the day. Spanish Towns, Jalia Richards cleared the bar at 1.20. As the girls' high jump open, as we await the final heat. The officials who have been doing a fantabulous job. You think they'd want to go home, because they have to come back early tomorrow morning for the second day. So So the third heat coming up, and I don't know why the athletes are not yet on the track. Some more results coming through. Cricket ball throw open for the boys. We give you results for the girls. Randre Bartley from Greater Portmore threw 52.79 meters. Markovia Patterson, Mona Heights, 50.94 meters. Gara Williams of Frankfield, 50.10 meters. Diamond Brand, Harborview, 48.82 meters. Dean Crow of Mountain Side, 48.47. Jardine Doyling of Homestead, 47.08 meters. Now Daniel Thomas from Bridgeport, 45.34 meters. Orlando Chambers, Spanish Town, 45.09 meters. Dylan Nelson from Nagahead, 44.02. And Danquan Mars, Glenn Stewart, 42.14 meters. Jovane Berlin of Big Woods, 32.83. Then Xavier Gega from Howard Cook, 27.23 meters. Still don't see what's happening here. So the athletes finally are on the track. We're wondering what was the hold up. And the pairs of license in 1. Coombs, Spanish Town in 2. You have Salmon from Glen Stewart in 3. Alice Rousseau in 4. In 5 from Nagahead, you have Henry. In 6, New Providence, Davis. And in 7 from Harborview is Siblis. So 7 to face a starter, although we don't see the starter just as yet. I'm hoping the event can get on the way. There are 3 more races on the boys' side. Well, the starter, Mr. Reese, sorting himself out. We don't know what the problem is. Hopefully it's a technical problem. Hopefully whatever the problem is can be sorted out. And the gun has sent them away in the third and final heat in the Girls Open 800 meters run. New Providence Davis goes out strong. She goes out in front. On the inside, you have to look for Pierce from License in the full blue. We know she takes over. So Pierce at a time of 2:36.60 coming into this event or the national championship. So Pierce having a 2-meter lead and settles in second. It looks like Davis from New Providence. But Pierce has left her behind. Spanish Town's Coombs has gone into second, or challenging for that second spot. I'll just say more so than anything else. But still out in front from License, Pierce. Coming around to face the bell lap. Pierce on the inside of License, from License, Coombs. Spanish Town on the outside, both are bunched together, shoulder to shoulder. In the third, New Providence Davis. So 1 lap to go to complete the girls 800 meters heat number 3. The final heat on the cards, day number 1 in sports, is all about Devon Biscuits National Primary School Track and Field Championships. Sapir still maintaining the top position. So Glenn Stewart, Salmon, who clocked 2:45 to advance, is in third. Settles well in third in that light blue uniform, but still in front, the duo of Pierce and Coombs from License and Spanish Town. Now Pierce leaving Coombs behind with about 160 meters to go. The young lady from License from the eastern end of the island. Pierce still maintaining the top position. In second is Coombs. Here comes the challenge from Coombs on the outside. Pierce on the inside. Coombs on the outside. They're bunched together. They have left the young lady from Glen Stewart summoned behind. The top two running towards the line with 50 meters to go. Pierce maintaining a slight advantage, but here comes Coombs going in front and will take it. Stops the clock, 2:36.49 seconds. This for Coombs ahead of Pierce. Coombs from Spanish Town, Pierce from License. 2:36 on the clock for Coombs. Pierce is second, 2:37. And in third, Salmon may have come through for third. Davis came through for third, 2:42. Davis from New Providence. So the boys will be on the track now. 3 more races to complete the first day of the INSPORTS Devon Biscuit Primary Track and Field Championships. Day 1. So we gave you some results earlier on. Cricket ball throw, high jump, long jump. Cricket ball throw on the girls' side. Got some results on the track. 4x2 this morning. Was qualified for the final. Well, Spanish Town was qualified for the final. 4x2 on the boys' side. Open. Spanish Town qualified for the final with a time 1:46.95. Also qualified Nagahead 1:47.87. Angels 1:48.90. St. Jude's also qualifying 1:48.86. St. Catherine qualifying also 1:48.86. And New Providence 1:49.30. It's one of the qualifiers for the 4x2. We're going back on the track. St. Catherine, Ellis is in 1. From Spanish Town, from Dalvey actually. It is Flemings, Dalvey in 2. Daly from Angels in 3. From License, you have McCoy in 4. Nagahead, Price in 5. In 6, Glenn Stewart Clark. In 7, Campbell from Polyground. And in 8, from Carisbrook, you have Wright. So the athlete from Nagahead, Price, he had a time coming in of 2:31.60 seconds. And he's extremely confident. So Polyground, who had 2:31.80. He's in second. His name is Jalen Campbell. The full yellow from Polyground. Has gained somewhat on Nagahead's Price, who's in the lead. So Price of Nagahead maintaining the top spot. Polyground's Campbell is in second. Try to come in the mix. Looks like Dalvis Flemings is in third. But the young man from Polyground is Campbell. Campbell goes out on a canter. And Nagahead Price still settles in second. And Clark of Glen Stewart is also there. Clark of Glen Stewart is in third, just beside Nagahead's Price. Now the young man from Polyground, Campbell, who went on a canter short while ago, slowed down and it starts again. So Campbell starting up once more with 200 meters to go. He slowed down on the backstretch, but Polyground's Campbell is going well. So Clark of Glen Stewart on the outside. He passes him and heads toward the line. So Clark of Glen Stewart goes across the line. 2:33.74 seconds. And second from Polyground is Campbell. So Clark of Glen Stewart coming through to take the top spot in the first of 3 heats. In second is Campbell of Polyground, but 2:23 is on the clock. Campbell's time is 2:26. The first of 2 heats. As the final heats run, we end our broadcast. We're giving you some qualifiers earlier on. 4x2. Harbour View, they qualified for the 4x2 boys, 1:49.47 seconds. That's 4x2 boys. Let's see 4x2 girls. And I'm checking though if any team was disqualified. I don't think anybody was. Harborview, 151.16 seconds qualifying for the final. Jericho, 151.20. St. Patrick's advancing through to the final, 152.60. New Providence 4, 153.66. Rock Hall in 5, 153.35. Spanish Town in 6, 154.10. Brampton in 7, 154.31. And 8 Nago Head, 154.32 seconds. And ready for the next heat. Spanish Town. We have Green in 2. In 7. From License, you have Saunders. Saunders goes out well. You have Brand from Harborview. Settles in 2nd. Glenn Stewart Jones is in 3rd. That is the top 3. Young man from Carisbrook, that's Morgan, settles at the back of the pack. But License Saunders still maintaining that top position over Glenn Stewart Jones, who settles in 2nd. Glenn Stewart seems like they have a good middle distance program. But Saunders still out in front. He's from License. Jones of Glenn Stewart is in 2nd. Young man from Glen Stewart, though, Jones. Want to make a challenge on the outside. In the 2nd pack of the day, Harborview Brian goes now in 3rd. So from Polyground, actually, not Glen Stewart, just making Bonnick from Polyground. Challenging for that 2nd spot, or should I say the number 1 spot. Bonnick of Polyground is in 2nd. And they're being urged on by the fans here. You have about 20 young ladies standing on their feet. So go Polyground. Polyground seems like the ground has shook. He's not standing strong at all. As they come around into the home stretch. Closing strong, the young man in that green vest. Is it Morgan of Carisbrook? Morgan of Carisbrook coming through. A well-timed effort for Morgan of Carisbrook. Takes it 2:30.31 seconds for Morgan of Carisbrook. Taking the win in this 2nd heat. Morgan's time is 2:30.80. Saunders is 2nd, 2:32. Saunders from Lyson. And Jones 3rd, also 32. 1 race to go to complete the day's proceedings. As some of the patrons here are making their way through the exits. So there's 1 event to go. What I have here is Stewart of middle quarters in 1, Cook of Rousseau in 3. Not 1, pardon me. They're starting from lane 2. Stewart of middle quarters in 2, Cook, Rousseau in 3, Mendez, Nazareth in 4, Crossdale, Harborview in 5, and you have Segree of Jericho in 6, Littman of Lawrence Tavern in 7. So Cook is there. Stewart of middle quarters. So Mendez of Nazareth. In 4, Harbour Views Crossdale were 2:32 seconds. And in 6, so the young man from Jericho, Serge Segreen, has been put in lane 1. Man from Lawrence Tavern is also there. So the athlete was in lane 6, has crossed over right away. So the yellow flag was about to be raised. But you have to look on the man from Jericho. Segree was gone out in front. He had a 2 minutes 30 seconds clocking in his regional championship. And the cheers are going out. And for the athletes in this final heat on the day 1 activities in sports, Devon Biscuit Primary School Track and Field Championships. As we look around to give you some more results, 4x1s took center stage earlier on. An 800 meter sprint medley open. So in terms of the qualifiers to the final, Portsmouth had the fastest time, 2:05.80. Spanish Town, second fastest, 2:06.74. License, third fastest, 2:06.86. St. Patrick's, the fourth fastest, 2:11.21 seconds. And fifth fastest, Greater Portmore, 2:08.74 seconds. So Cook of Rousseau has gone in front. Can he maintain it? That's a big question. Doesn't seem like he can. Young man moving on the inside. Sneaking through. Cook seems like that's all he can give at the present time. He's now falling back to third. The cheers ring out inside of the grandstand of the National Stadium. Being urged on by his teammates. Here once again is Segree of Jericho. But he won't be winning at all. Beating his chest. With the athlete coming through to take the stop, Stewart. To take the top spot of middle quarters. Well, is that Stewart of middle quarters, though, to be honest, because there was no athlete in lane 1 and Stewart should have been in lane 1. But Segree coming through for second, 2:33. But on that note, we end our broadcast here. We'll be back here tomorrow morning. And we can tell you this much. It will be an interesting day. We witnessed 30 events on the cars, 26 on the track, and 4 in the field. We gave you some results on that. And tomorrow we start at 10 o'clock as we started this morning. I expect a lot more fireworks on the cars because there will be some finals in the afternoon tomorrow. Like the 400 meter finals coming up at 12:45. The 4x1. Will also be there. So finals after finals after finals in the afternoon. The 400 meter finals, 60 meters finals, 100 meters finals, and the 4x1 to close out the show tomorrow. Interesting days ahead in terms of point standings and who will come through as the top team and the top athlete in respective classes. It was day one action of the INSPORTS Devon Biscuit Primary School Track and Field Championship. The national edition, day one, took place at the National Stadium. Join us again tomorrow. We continue our broadcast of this annual event.
It's better together, tastes amazing. This crazy combo make you want the great things. Cookie meat, the chocolate, can't live without it. 100% goodness, me want it. Devon Digestive, rich chocolate with cookie crunchness.
Cookie beats chocolate in Devon Chocolate Digestive. Better because it's both.
Advertise on our live streaming on Track Alert's social media pages, which provides the most prominent online viewership from track and field meets in Jamaica. Your products will be seen by our large audience in Jamaica, the diaspora, and across the world. Book your spot in our live stream for a very small introductory fee. Call or text us at 876-893-4157. or email anthonyfoss@gmail.com. Trackalerts.com from start to finish.
10.29 seconds for Yohan Blake. An impressive run.
Hi, my name is Shelly-Ann Fraser, Olympic and World Champion. For your latest track and field news, log on to trackalerts.com. Trackalerts.com from start to finish.
Hosting a function or event? Want it to be streamed live on Facebook, YouTube, or Zoom? iView 365 can help you. We specialize in sporting events